Afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Decision Day here at the MODUS Super Series. 5 players are going to qualify themselves for tomorrow night's final over the space of the next 12 hours or so. It's a blockbuster day, 25 matches for you. Group C is our centre of attention this afternoon, and this is what we've got coming up. It was a day of missed doubles for Jerry Hendricks, a day of missed opportunities. 2 points to his name may well see him miss out on Saturday night. Carl Sneed played some good stuff, but losing leads was a major concern for him yesterday. 1 win means a big push needed. Scott Winder got off to a strong start, winning each of his first 2. 6 points to his name puts him in a strong suit. Rob Grundy hasn't played to the heights that saw him win a Challenge Tour title in 2023, but today's a new day, and a new vigour could see him through to the finals. Martin Turner is the man at the top of the pile. 4 wins from 5 means that he is in command of the group. Whilst for Robert Thornton, he's had a week of trials and tribulations, but 3 wins for him puts him bang into the mix for a record 8th finals night appearance. And as you know, here at the Super Series, we like to have an all-star punditry lineup with their expertise within the sport of darts. Today, Matthew Edgar is alongside me up here on the balcony. Matt, great to have you back here at the Super Series. And an interesting first day in general. Martin Turner at the top of the table had a very, very good 2023. Won the Isle of Man Open Championship, a massive championship on the WDF circuit. He's kind of taken that form into this.
He's taken it everywhere that he's gone. I remember having a chat with Martin Turner at the start of this year, and he was very sort of disappointed with where his game was. He did the full WDF tour last year and sort of covered his costs, which it's quite hard to do. That's kind of an achievement in itself, but he wasn't happy with what he did. He wanted to do a bit more, and I remember having a chat with him in Wales this year as well, and he said at that point that people don't want to play him, because you look at these people that are then doing the tour and then trying to get into Lakeside. He didn't feel like he belonged there. He now does. And does that give different questions now? Does he now feel he belongs and now he's kind of defending a little bit? Does he see himself now as a player who's top of the table? Well, when I spoke to him this morning, he thinks he's going to win 5 out of 5 today.
Plenty of confidence, but that's what happens when you win a WDF title. And only good players win them, don't they?
Well, I've won one, so I don't know if that really counts.
We'll let you decide on that one. Right, this is the table following the first day's worth of fixtures. Martin Turner at the top of the pile, but as you can see, really tightly congested middle portion of the table. That's being led at the minute by Robert Thornton. Now, you were playing on the MODUS exhibition circuit alongside Robert and a number of other big-name players over the course of the weekend. He played a best-of-3 series against Fallon Sherrock. From what you saw on those particular nights, how was he shaping up?
He seemed like the Robert Thornton I know from years ago. Boisterous, bouncy, very verbal, very vocal. He knows how to command the practice room, and he was trying to do that. He was very, very bouncy in there. He was playing some good stuff on the stage. My concern is the amount of time this has taken, the amount of toll it's taken on his body, the amount of travelling. It's not just the darts in the practice room or the darts on the stage. It's the miles of which we do so. It's Bradford to Barnsley to Skegness to Norwich to Portsmouth. That is some serious miles in just a week. And then when you put the amount of games he's had to play, how much stamina has he got left and what's he got left in the locker?
We will find out this afternoon. Right, let's see what the bookies make of this afternoon's action. This is the outright betting. Perhaps not a surprise that they've gone Martin Turner off as a favourite at 6-4. Now, of the players on 6 points, Rob Grundy 5-2, won a Challenge Tour title in 2023. Could he potentially be the value in there?
If Glenn Durrant was stood here, not me, he would tell you absolutely. I've been having a chat with Glenn Durrant this morning. He saw the whole week unfold, and he's been quite surprised with Rob Grundy. He sort of expected a lot more of him. He says in the Northeast, this is the man to beat. And at 5-2, maybe there's a bit of value there.
Most probably. Right, this is the bet builder for today's action. These are amalgamations of different bets that make their way through the exchanges, and we put it into a handy little accumulator for you. It's paying just over 5-1 this afternoon. Robert Thornton, the handicap betting -1.5, so that is 4-2 or better against Jerry Hendricks. Robert Thornton, the match winner against Rob Grundy at 10-11, and then Martin Turner to get the better of Carl Sneed, our qualifier from the ADC at even money. Just some thoughts and summations on them.
Well, when we look at these being the most popular bets that are out there at the moment, and Robert Thornton to win a match and Robert Thornton to win on a handicap being two of the most selected selections that we've got. When you ask where the value is, maybe the punters think the value is Robert Thornton. We look at Rob Grundy at 5-2, but it looks like the punters think Robert Thornton is the man. He is the 2-time seniors world champion and defending seniors world champion as well. So when we look at outside of this room, Rob Thornton might be the value play. There's a lot of questions to be asked, and this is what I always think when we come into Friday. It's not what's happened throughout the week, it's about the story that's ahead of us.
Well, it's great to have you back. We're looking forward to a day of comms.
Can't wait.
Well, Matt Edgar is going to be joined in the commentary box by Glenn Dunn. Some of the greatest double acts in history, I suppose. It's up there with Anton Deck, Penn and Teller, Hale and Pace, you name it. Matt and Glenn are going to be in comms for the first game, which is Martin Turner against Scott Winder.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Really looking forward to this afternoon's play. Once again, Scott Winder in your picture there. Always has a smile on his face, win or lose. It's been an interesting week. But that man in your picture there, Martin Turner, was the only player I feel left the venue yesterday happy with his performances. 4 wins out of 5. He's laid the foundations. Can he now see out his Group C campaign? A big York City fan is Martin Turner. And his hometown being in York as well. 6 times a UK Open participant. That has been his favourite competition. Scott Winder, an ADC competitor from Montrose, plays a lot of the ADCs against players like Willie Borland, John Imrie. Excellently refereed today by Charlie Costafine. Can the man in your picture, Martin Turner, can he continue that trend from yesterday? Well, a decent start for sure. Very, very quick is Martin. He plays at a fantastic pace. What an interesting week it's been for Scott Winder. There was a period on Wednesday afternoon where, I mean, he was going into his last 2 games with only 1 win out of 13.
60.
Like I said, he never had that smile taken off his face. He was enjoying the experience. Won his last 2 games and then started very, very well yesterday. But when these 2 played last night in the final game, it was the man in your picture, Martin Turner, who really done a demolition job on Winder to end up on the 8 points.
41.
Delighted to welcome Matt Edgar in the commentary box today.
I think Henry missed out on one of the double acts. I think it's more like Ren and Stimpy for us, isn't it?
174.
I prefer the double act of Premier League champion and not.
Not even a leg in and he started
94.
Already.
Scott, you require 134.
Absolutely no problem with his scoring this week, Scott Winder. It's round about the stage now.
94.
His setup play can do better. Finishing must do better. Whereas Martin was a delight, an absolute delight to watch
85.
yesterday.
Scott, you require 40.
Well, this is a delightful start for Scott. Just 12 darts thrown and he's on a double already.
Game shot on the
and
first
chase
leg.
it around the board
Scott
as well.
Winder.
You start to get a bit of angst and you just want that first leg on the board, especially when you feel you've got an opportunity
Second
to
leg,
break
it's
the
Scott
throw
to throw
early like
first. Game
Scott
on.
had there, and to find that double 5 last start in hand is a great way to set him up for the day.
And that angst would have been magnified. The fact that his biggest problem this week has been his doubles.
44.
You'll see quite a lot of 180s. 15 is it this week. Just in that doubles area, which has been his problem.
81.
But he's someone who's learning. He was very rapid going for his doubles. He's just beginning to take his time. He's so much more composed than when he threw his first out. However, his first game of the week
100
was against Barry Van Peer, a guy who's already qualified for Saturday night, the #1 challenge tour player. And Scott Winder with a 96 average demolished
140.
him and went a dozen games without winning.
Martin Turner, a player you expect to see a lot of 180s from as well. Just do that equipment.
140.
Very small flights on the back of the dart, which just makes the bed look massive when he's got those 2 darts in the treble.
60.
Yeah, it's just the fluidity. He just looked really good yesterday. But now it's the expectation. Now sat on 8 points, and I think it was the perfect game from Scott Winder first one up. But it's been a good start from the Scots so far.
This is what I mean. That treble just looks so big when he's got those 2 darts in
Scott,
there.
you require
Not a
160.
lot of equipment, not a lot of material in the way.
That would have been for the biggest finish of the week. Still with Jerry Hendricks at 142.
100.
I think we'll see
Martin,
something
you
special
require
in the
40.
finishing. But Martin Turner, 13 darted a boot.
It's an absolute carbon copy.
30.
He can't find the double five last in
Scott,
hand.
you require 60.
Scott Winder, an opportunity to confirm that break of throw. Put himself halfway to victory.
And there, Matt, it's just a little bit of composure that he wasn't showing this week. He's been here before.
Game shown the
And he's
second
there
leg.
again. It's 2-0 to Scott Winder. And one thing that's been very interesting this week, Matt, is the fact that next door
Third
have
leg,
been
it's Martin to
commentating
throw
with us.
first. Game
Because
on.
with every dark going, you can hear the cheers, the oohs, the ahs. And I think I heard the voice of Robert Thornton shout, "Get in there," when that double five went in.
131.
That brings its own pressures. When you're in a quiet practice room, you can just be in your own world. But when the practice room's going with it, you
100.
can kind of take that onto the stage and it can translate onto there because you're thinking, what are they thinking?
No, it's been a fabulous players area. And
140.
just to give an indication, there's a couple of tables in that players area. It's not the biggest. It's got 2 dartboards for players to practice, yet they're all sat round the one table. They're all telling their own stories, with Robert
60.
Thornton, of course, being the leader, the Pied Piper. Well, yeah, it's been relationships have been bonded this week, but it's business while they're up there.
125.
Is one of the things about the MODUS Super Series practice room. It's very different to sort of your championships or your players' championships.
180. Martin, you require 105. Game shown the third leg.
This
Martin
is good game
Turner.
of darts, this one. Both players getting down to doubles after 12, but now we've gone out in 12 darts. Martin Turner,
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw
98
first.
the average,
Game on.
but yet he's behind, despite starting with the throw.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to watch Martin Turner. And you don't win the Isle of Man, Matt, and the Welsh in the same year unless you're a very special player.
136.
You won it twice, didn't you, the Isle of Man?
Oh, funny you should mention
In the
that's
same match.
I don't often talk about it, see.
96.
If you're unsure what we're on about, Glenn Durrant threw a dart for the match, missed, celebrated.
My eyes haven't got any better looking at my iPad today. He's been
121.
laughing at the size of the font. But I tell you, no one's laughing at Scott Winder today, that's for sure. His opponent's averaging 98
81.
going into this. He's got the lead. And this is the game that he has, Matt. He just hasn't had that longevity over the day. And I'm sure he'll start to realise what you need to do. I
60.
see so many energy bars, so many people hydrating themselves with lots and lots of water. Because, you know more than I do. It's tough in that, to get yourself up for every single game in the
140.
Group C campaign, especially if you've played in the Group A during the week.
Oh, absolutely. It's a complete marathon. It's tough work, tough job. It is one of the
58.
hardest tournaments to win for that endurance factor.
I like the rhythm of Scott Winder today. I think he's just a type of player who's just absolutely
95.
delighted to be here.
Scott, you
And like I
require
said, even when things weren't going
126.
so well, that smile never left his face, and you'll see him start in the 19s.
This is one of those big moment exchanges here, though. Scott Winder's missed his opportunity.
98. Martin, you
Turner, a
require
man who's got
89.
2 big opens. You'd fancy him to get a shot here at the 89. He's going to get 2. This is a big moment in the match.
73.
Just looked a bit.
Scott,
He
you
should have done
require
exactly
28.
89. He had to look at the scoreboard. I just felt like his momentum went, and that's the first time you can see the shake of the head there. But Scott Winder might have missed this finish,
Game
but
shown
his
the
setup
fourth
play was
leg.
superb.
Scott Winder.
This is a terrific performance from Scott Winder, and something that will surprise Martin
Fifth
Turner.
leg, it's
Really
Martin to
done a
throw
job on him
first.
yesterday. But
Game on.
players like Robert Thornton and Rob Grundy, they'll be happy in the players' area.
Talked a lot
45.
recently about the debriefs at the end of the games. You know, it was like on the Pro Tour, at the end of the game, you'd stand having a chat and people would pinpoint a certain moment of the match. For me, that was it. If Martin Turner goes on to lose this
135.
match, he'll talk about that 89 finish that could have changed the whole thing.
Yeah, he could have walked on water yesterday. He was head and shoulders. Just had a bit of a wobble
134.
in his penultimate game, but really bounced back in that final game. But like I said, Scott Winder just seems to be a better player very, very early. Can he continue that? Can he be the
96.
value for money today? There's been an awful lot of chat about Winder. But this has been a terrific performance.
140.
Oh, absolutely. This is not because Martin Turner's not producing. The average is just a fraction under 100 here for Martin Turner. And yet we'll still pinpoint it down to the 89 finish where he had 2 darts to level it up and get his throw back.
140.
I was quoted yesterday saying I was disappointed with the quality of Group C yesterday. Well, today's another day, and this
100.
has been a wonderful
Scott, you
game and
require
potentially
130.
game of the week. Going to get a dart for the match.
125. Martin, you require
Could be
82.
game of the week, but Martin Turner might come off going, why me? But he can save it here.
It's very awkward, the bullseye. So he's very aggressive on the treble 12.
69.
So for Scott Winder,
Scott,
don't
you
miss the
require
big one,
5.
Scott. I always feel you should be aiming for double 1. He's taking his time. He wasn't doing this at the beginning of the week. He's learning on the job. Can he execute this double 2? Yes,
Game,
he
shot,
can. That
and
was
the
a
match.
wonderful
Scott
performance
Winder.
from Scott Winder. Maybe, just maybe, his performance of the week. Does he fancy his chances today? Look at the reaction there. And it looks like a shell-shocked Martin Turner. He's got plenty of work to do, but a wonderful, wonderful match from both players. But maybe just the checkout ratio at the end for Scott Winder. But he is up and running. Next up, it's Rob Grundy from Hartlepool against Carl Sneed. And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a start we've just had. Scott Winder was a big outsider in the first game against Martin Turner. And it's a case of saying to these two, follow that. In your picture is Carl Sneed, an ADC qualifier from Oldham. Very similar story to the Gerwin Price, a semi-professional rugby league player. And that's Rob Grundy, the #1 player at the moment in Hartlepool, northeast of England. Absolutely terrific. One of those players who's always been a fabulous player. And he's just beginning to travel and get his opportunities. I liked what I saw with Carl Sneed yesterday, despite getting the results. But he was putting
First
himself
leg,
in
it's
a
Rob
wonderful
to throw
positions
first.
twice.
Game
he
on.
was leading 3-1 and lost the games, and will have been really disappointed to leave the venue yesterday, only on 2 points. However, Rob Grundy put himself in a decent position without being anywhere near his best. He knew the problem. He's had an
140.
excellent night's sleep, he said, and he's raring to go today, Matt.
Potentially the value play we said at the start of the day, but that was on the Glenn Durrant recommendation, and that doesn't come
93.
too lightly. I know you're not one that likes to chuck too much on other people, especially from the northeast.
I tell you what, I've had a dreadful week this week. Predictions-wise, I mean dreadful, even worse than...
100.
I don't think I've got one thing right.
How's that different to normal?
I usually get one. I usually get something right.
180.
Honestly, Matt, I was really impressed with Carl Sneed yesterday, which might surprise a lot of people. He sat in 5th place, 1 win out of 5. He'll have been gutted. I'd heard good things about him. I had a lot of people who I respect their judgments to say he's very, very dangerous.
There's someone who caught my attention quite a few years back when I used to play county darts myself. And I used to like winning the averages
Robbie
and the stats
Require,
for the B team.
136.
He appeared on the scene and had like a 35 average, then a 33 average, and I'm like, who's this guy? Burst onto the scene, which makes me think he's going to settle in quite quick to this sort of environment as well. He doesn't seem to get daunted by too much.
And I asked him why he doesn't get daunted, and he's got that rugby
Carl
league
Require,
background, played in front of a big
134.
crowd, so nerves are never a problem. I just didn't get chances. Look at treble 18. 56 left.
94.
And already a big moment
Robbie
for Rob Grundy,
requires
because this is only a
76.
hole to throw, and I always think 76 for these players is a 50-50 shot. He has to stay straight. He does. Doesn't miss the big number. And 1 dart at tops.
36. Carl, you
Plenty
require
there in
40.
space, but just like the first game, 12 darts thrown and a double is left.
Game shot on the first leg.
Just like the
Carl
first game.
Sneed.
A great start, and Carl, 13 darter. Gets a breaker throw against Rob Grundy. And
Second leg, it's
Well,
Carl to
Carl,
throw first. Game on.
coming into today, he only had 2 points on the board. If he is going to qualify, you feel he's going to have to go completely through the card. With darts like that, he is going to show that he's more than capable of doing so.
Yeah, he plays that dangerous
57.
floater. I guess he's pretty disappointed he didn't play in the Group A, because I think he learnt an awful lot yesterday. And to have a couple of 3-1 leads and losing, that must have hurt.
97.
Well, we know he's certainly got the ability to mix it up in this arena when we look at some of the people he's beat recently just on the Challenge Tour.
41.
Conor Heenahan, who is a regular here at the MODUS Super Series, hit 2 9-darters on this stage. Carl Sneed beating 5-2 with an average near of 96. He also beat another
99.
regular MODUS Super Series player in Jared Cole. Beat him on the same weekend 5-3. So a couple of good names and scalps there to suggest that he's more than capable
100.
of turning this around.
Yeah, he's another player that doesn't often deviate from the treble 20. I think he can improve his treble 19, treble 18 backup play.
60.
He should go downstairs on 303. He does. A couple of trebles would have left a finish.
58.
I was saying yesterday, I was trying to work out the grip of the dart, but it's very Ron Moulin camp, I feel, for Carl Sneed, whereas Rob Grundy, with that real elevation of his body as he throws
45.
the pair flight, the darts hit so flat, and when we got a close-up of the way they were landing in, it was actually understacking, which is never easy to do with a pair flight.
57.
Feels a little bit Robert Owen-y. And he understacks purely because he's coming past that balance point of the dart. If you look at the grip, it's right down by the point. Just flattens it out. And that is a perfect dart for him just to put one over the top. As someone who used to like his darts to lie flat as well, there's no greater feeling than when you see those two in, because it just acts like a wall.
60.
Well, we can tell that Matt Edgar's
Robbie
in the
required
building because
20.
these players have all stepped up a notch. Yesterday was pretty poor. The first
Game
game
shot
and a
on the
half
second
so far
leg.
have been
Rob
absolutely
Grundy.
fantastic. All 4 of them a marked improvement from yesterday. Scott Winder did the job in the first game. Who's going to get to the winning
Third
line out
leg,
of
it's
these
Rob
two?
to
But
throw
good
first.
start from both.
Game on.
Again, a perfect dart there for Rob Grundy.
100.
Disappointing for that one. He would have been expecting at least a 140 with a dart like that. And maybe a bit later on in the day after he's had a game, maybe we'd have seen a 140 or even a max in that
100.
situation.
Yeah, he definitely got better as he went on yesterday, but it was an uncharacteristic slow start. But there's that understacker. Like I said, he's virtually touching the point with his dart. When you think that someone like Steve Beaton and Nathan Aspinall, they throw from the stem,
135.
the difference in the way it plays, and he has this lean. I mean, believe it or not, it's not as bad as it once used to be. But he's in a good space.
140.
But he's very much in a match here.
First dart again, just sat beautifully in the board.
140.
It must be a Hartlepool thing, because that angle there of Rob Grundy just reminded me of Adam Atkinson, who's played on this stage.
140. Robbie required 126.
Treble 19 will leave the bull. Had to go for it as well with
87.
Carl on 1-2-1.
Carl,
He's
you
only a
require
treble away himself from
121.
having a dart at the bull to once again break the throw. Went aggressive, went for the treble, and you can see the frustration.
Yeah, we had a conversation, stroke debate yesterday, that when your opponent's on 39, just go fat 11, give yourself an opportunity for that
81.
bullseye, give yourself a shot.
Robbie
when you get
required
so aggressive,
39.
there's a tendency that you can pull it just a little bit. For Grundy, a two-dart combination for the first holder throw in this game. He's decided on double 10, but only just, Matt.
I don't think he's decided on that, to be honest. He nearly hit the double 19. He stepped back, tried to recompose.
29.
Unable to do so.
Carl,
And
you
if there's one
required
thing we
40.
can say about Carl going for that treble 11 on the last shot, he's confident.
Game
And
shot
a
on the third
confident
leg.
dart there to
Carl
get the breaker
Sneed.
throw. Again on 13 darts. So he's got no problem in putting it together to get the breaker throw.
Fourth leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game
Just
on.
needs to find something here to hold. If he does so, he'll have total control of this match. And that shaking of the head of Rob Grundy is only going to get worse.
Yeah, he sort of demonstrated the
100.
head shake a little bit too much for my liking yesterday, but that big 19 shot just showed me that he is feeling it a little bit. Carl Sneed is the total opposite. He just looks so relaxed. He looks like, I'm just going to go and let the
58.
darts fly today after that disastrous day yesterday. But we could see how good he was.
When you come into this decision day, and you're in a position like Rob is, where it's
137.
just outside the positions by a couple of points, you don't want to lose that opening game because you already feel like you're chasing a little bit. Then if you lose the opener, you kind of feel you need other results to go your way. I'm sure you'll
87.
find out about this in the very near future, Glenn.
Yes, looking forward to my Series 6 debut very much. I think it just gives you a lot of inspiration when you're seeing these players, how much
60.
it means to them, how much they're feeling it. But listen, there's a big prize tomorrow night, and every single player that's here today and tonight wanted to be a part of that. Today started beautifully well.
100.
Yeah, Rob Grundy's got a very, very nice shape, but I think his patches were just too big. They were absolutely monstrous, so unfortunately, it's a nice basic T-shirt,
125.
but he's treated himself with some nice shirts because he's the type of player over the years, he would only wear what he's got on now.
140.
Big
Carl, you
shot,
require
good
79.
timing. Just to tap Carl on the shoulder here for this 79. But he's had no problem with tops. He's hit it 2 out of 2 so far.
59. Robbie
That was a
required
nervous look over the
116.
Grundy score. You feel this is a must-hit for Grundy. And the first game, Scott Winder did a good job for him, really. The fact that Martin Turner lost that, he's going to get a dart. He's decided to topsy fancies.
Game
That's
shot on the fourth leg.
absolute
Rob
quality from
Grundy.
Rob Grundy. Carl Sneed has been superb in this game, averaging over 94. But that 116 there for Rob Grundy. This is another terrific match.
Fifth leg, it's Rob to throw first. Game
I
on.
feel the 140 was the thing that did the damage there, to set the 116 up. Carl Sneed, for me, I agree with you. Nervous start at tops, and you would have heard the call from Charlie, the 140.
140.
And it was like he didn't want to know what was left. He didn't want to know how close he was and tried getting that tunnel vision. And when he missed it, it was straight over to the scoreboard to see how close he was. He
83.
probably wouldn't have minded seeing the 116. Think he's only going to get one dart at best, and it looked a bit edgy. But Grundy shows that quality you've been talking about all the way through.
But even the case of a couple of
55.
legs later, we said after 2 legs that the guy in your picture looks super confident. Looks like he's nice and fluent, whereas opponent looked a little bit edgy. In leg 4, we're already
100.
saying that Carl Sneed is looking a little bit edgy, and Rob Grundy is beginning to show that fluidity he's looking for in that throw. It's a best of 3 game. He's just changed his mind last second there.
99.
But what I would say to you, Matt, Rob Grundy, that quintessential dart player, which is in every town and city, unable to travel for 20 years because he didn't have the money. But
94.
I said a story yesterday. At my best in 2019, I got called up to go and play a Super League game, and he gave me a pasting at my best.
137.
Every town's got one of these. That's one of the good things about the ADC Vault system, because we're going to unearth them from their town. They don't need to go to darts no more. Darts is coming to you.
83. Robbie requires 70.
This could be the first hole to throw in the match. Normally when you get these sort of good quality games, it's loads of holds and you
54.
say, can anyone break?
Carl, you require
If you're hoping to come back, it's a
141.
big ask for Carl Sneed. It's been that type of game where the breaker throws, it's double 12, massive moments.
117.
Sounds like we've got a crowd in there tonight, because I can hear it coming through from
Robbie
the players' room.
requires
It's been the
16.
best commentary players area because it's so tight. I guess they're wanting Carl Sneed to win this game. Big moments for Grundy. He looks a little nervous.
No score.
That could be the head shaking once again.
Carl, you required
'Cause he's had
24.
opportunities here. But for a 5th breaker throw.
No score.
Happy birthday, Rob Grundy. He cannot believe he's coming
Robbie
back.
requires 16.
And rest assured, this time he doesn't miss. That has to be his thought process. He has to stay positive. It's nervy. Is he feeling it, Matt?
As a player, you practice for this moment.
Game
When you
shot on the
only
fifth
got one
play.
dart in hand
Rob
and you need
Grundy.
it. You wouldn't know he's hit it though, looking at his reaction.
Yeah, it's an area you can improve in.
6th egg, it's Carl to
I
throw
remember sat
first.
here and
Game on.
very proudly watching my nephew Jamie Durham play, and the head shaking was coming into a game which I'd never seen from before. And that's something, if Rob Grundy is looking at the games back,
100.
he doesn't need to show his opponent too much. Just try and keep your emotions to yourself, which is easier said than done, because I've been on that stage and sometimes you don't even know you're doing it.
It's something I found
96.
a lot easier the more I play less, to keep that positive focus. I remember playing in this myself a couple of months back now. You was on commentary.
100.
And it didn't matter if I went out in 27 darts or 10 darts. It was the same celebration, I think, every time. And I can imagine it gets quite hard when that scar tissue is quite
96.
fresh, when you've just had a recent big defeat and you feel it's happening again.
$60.
Let's see if Rob is thinking, because treble 19 should be the shot on 309 when he's behind. That's a good sign that he's still thinking he should go upstairs now. Another one of them. And that's why board management is so
139.
important in darts. I always felt the Dutch started playing the game from the 300s, and also it's just a good sign. We've seen a couple of times yesterday people leaving a bogey
41.
number. And Rob Grundy is now
Robbie require
become a big favourite for this match.
170. $145.
Boring does a came out there. I was thinking hit the big number.
We all wanted to see the big 170, especially for the match. But this could be where Boring Dozer would
80.
take the advantage because he's going to have to
Rob,
burn
you
a dart
required
here.
25.
Yeah, it's been a superb game. Much improved performance from Rob Grundy. He can be better on his doubles.
21. Carl, you require
17 darts
120.
at a double, only hit 3, Rob Grundy. And you can see that frustration eking in. He's going to get 3 more.
100.
3 more for the match.
Rob, you require 4.
Just takes his time. Pre-throw preparation. Focus on the double 2. Mission
Game,
accomplished for
shot,
Rob
and the
Grundy. That was
match,
another
Rob
superb
Grundy.
game. Carl Sneed is getting opportunities, but not taking them. But in the end, it was always about the 2 points for Rob Grundy. He moves to 8 points. He joins that gaggle of players now in that position. It's all getting a little bit nice. For Rob Grundy, the 116 was the highlight. Can do better on the outer ring, but a good start as we see the final plays in Section 1. Robert Thornton plays Jerry Hendricks.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is already a session full of intrigue here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Before the break, Rob Grundy got the better of Carl Sneed by 4 legs to 2. And after Scott Winder's victory against Martin Turner, well, the table is for turning. It is 8-8-8 at the top of the table. Robert Thornton can join that gaggle of players on that points haul if he can get the better of Jerry Hendricks in the third game of the afternoon session. And earlier on this morning, Chris Murphy caught up with Robert.
Robert, last chance to qualify for finals night. Just how would you rate your chances today?
I'm feeling a lot better today than I have done the past couple of days. I felt a little bit kind of, I would say, tired. But I feel today I've got a little bit of a second win, and I'm using a new set of that, so we'll see how it goes.
You had that strange scenario on Wednesday where when you went to your last game, you were either going to win the group or drop into Group C. Did that take a little bit of getting over?
No, because I didn't even know. I wanted to go up and win the game anyway, so as we all do. But it was one of them. I didn't know if I'd won it, I'd have won the group and stuff like that. But T-Ball played really well.
Just a word on the new darts you mentioned. Are they very different to what you normally throw?
No, it's the same ones. It's just a new set of darts. So a little bit more grippier. So we'll see how it goes today.
Martin Turner had a great day yesterday. He's going to be the man to catch at the top of the table. 2 going through, but you're the one with the sort of experience. You think that will win you through?
Not necessarily. I mean, we've got 5 great dart players for there. Do you know what I mean? So, and people write Martin off, which is a kind of silly thing to do. I mean, he's a cracking dart player.
People have written you off in the past as well, and you've
They
always
always
bounced
write me
back.
off. Yeah.
But you want to be here on Saturday night because you really want to win this title, don't you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've been here 7 times before. I've reached 7 Saturday nights and I've not won one yet. But I'm going out there, I'll give it my all, and if it happens, it happens.
All the best.
Thank you very much, mate.
And that is the legend. That is Robert Thornton. Big smiles at the moment. And why not? Because he's playing Jerry Hendricks now for the 5th time this week. And in the head-to-head, Robert Thornton 4, Jerry Hendricks 0. So you would think it's going to be only one winner in this game, but the MODUS Super Series is never that easy. And for Jerry Hendricks, I've seen a different side of him this morning. Like I say, a very softly spoken man, and has watched a couple of his games this week back, and is questioned, because we have questioned Matt as a commentary team, his delivery of doubles at the end. His scoring's been fine, but when you're up against this man, the Saltcourt slinger, and what a CV that man's got. But this man has not been as active in darts. He has played on the Ali Pali stage previously, and he's using this a week just to find out where his game at. His scoring's been fine.
Game on.
But it's a bizarre turn of events when he gets down to a double. And I think even his mother has been telling him just to enjoy it today. I walked in the players area and he sat with his music on today. I think it's even despite the fact he's sat in 6th place, I think it's a big day for himself, and he's going to try and right those wrongs.
Guessing he doesn't want to feel like a fish up there, does he, today?
55.
Yeah, we've had the fish jokes. We've battered them all. Good cod.
Quite salty, that joke, wasn't it?
85.
Something you said that was very interesting there at the start, though. You said the legend Robert Thornton. Do you think that he's maybe underrated in the world of darts?
95.
He's won a couple of big TV titles as well in his time.
I mean, look who he played in the finals as well. Michael van Gerwen and Phil Taylor to win the UK Open.
95.
And the Grand Prix as well. It's sometimes when you sit here now and you do a little bit of research on players, you realise how good. I mean, he was a world master as well in the old BDO system
25.
when I first sort of come across Robert Thornton. And then look what he's doing in the World Seniors now, just as busy as ever on the exhibition circuit. He doesn't like to call himself a legend. It's a real
41.
sign that your career's over when them terms are still there. He still thinks he's got plenty to offer in the game, and you've spent a lot of time with him recently, and, you know, what's your thoughts?
I think he's very underrated, which is why I
140.
sort of posed the question across. So he doesn't want to be a legend, but he certainly says that about his wife. He thinks she's a legend. She'll be watching. And Robert was saying an awful lot of positive things about herself. I'm going to tell her all
180.
these things on commentary, and he says, "Don't you dare." So I think that's about as far as I can go with that one.
85.
But tops
Robert, you
for
require
Robert Thornton
40.
when he's on song, he just does not miss.
Game shot on the first low.
Well, he don't
Robert
miss with 3
Thornton.
darts anyway. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's been his go-to double, but honestly, never missed double 8 this
Second
week.
leg, it's
An area of
Jerry
the
to
board
throw
he
first.
openly
Game
admits
on.
he doesn't like to be. His double 16 hasn't been great, but the ratio on double 8 has been as good as his double tops and 10s. This is a more measured Jerry Hendricks today.
180.
I think the word bizarre performances sometimes, and his behaviours on there have been quite difficult to watch. But it was a
45.
fascinating chat with him today, and he looks tip-top.
He was aware of it. That was the big thing that I took from that conversation this morning. And he's on the 9.
180.
Sometimes when you do a little bit of work on your game and you work on your strengths,
137. Jerry require
no messing about this time.
141.
It's straight to the hockey. Come on, Jerry.
Well, that would certainly have been a way to settle him down and let him know that the preparation is certainly working out for him.
38.
I think a lot of the credit would have been going to his mum as well, who's been listening and said, Jerry, just go up and enjoy it. He does look different.
95.
Like I said,
Jerry,
his
you require
preparation, he had his music in
103.
his ears, and it's good to see because Roberts battered him this week. And that would have left double 18, so setup play is important. Back on the treble 20, and that was messy.
36.
That's the worst start that he's had today.
And I can find this very relatable. Jerry's had a very similar story to me where he hasn't played a lot recently. And I played in this a couple of months back. And for me, it started well. But if it didn't
55.
start well, I think it
Jerry,
would
you
continue to
require
have not started well.
67.
And I think that's what we saw yesterday. It didn't start well for Jerry. If it doesn't start well again today, I think it's going to be a continuation.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, by hook
Jerry
or by crook, he got
Hendricks.
there in the end. And you know what I'm noticeable there? That he doesn't want to slow
Third
down
leg,
on
it's
his
Robert to throw
finishes now.
first. Game on.
And this might sound like, but Glenn, you've asked for him to be more composed and take his... That was just a little bit quick, them last 9 darts. I think he's working too hard and trying not to
135.
stop the flow of his throw. But this is what I like to see with him. There's the measured. And from here, it's about 7 seconds we were timing his 3 darts at treble 20. Little nod of appreciation there.
125.
But it was painful. 20-odd seconds in preparation.
And you don't want to build that anticipation. I often use the analogy of a roller coaster.
99.
And if you're going up that roller coaster hill, how many people, if at a point you could press a button and it'd all be over and you'd get off, would get off that roller coaster before it goes over the hill? But because you can't and you just got to go
41.
with it, you go over and you have a great time. It's that build-up of the anticipation as you're climbing up that hill. And what he was doing there was just pausing and trying to get used to
60.
it. Essentially trying to make the brain bored of the situation. But all it's doing is just building up that tension.
Yeah, and the only parallel I can think there is
25.
when I knew I was next on at a Pro Tour game, and it was the dread. That moment, I could feel my heart rate getting faster and faster. Whereas at my best, it was like, come on, bring it
95.
on. And
The heart rate over something that hasn't happened. Anticipation, anxiety, a future tense.
He's had higher averages this week, Jerry Hendricks, but this is his best
180.
performance
Robbie
of the
require
week.
112.
And Mum knows best.
$38. Jerry require 130.
Well, he's 1 from 1 on his checkouts. Can he get himself down to a finish? When you have the 130, you're thinking of Bull. Not to be.
40. Robert, you require 74.
Well, that's blocked it a little bit. He's going to have to come around that one.
Game shot on the
But when
third
it's your
leg.
favourite double, you
Robert
can throw it from
Thornton.
anywhere and it'll go in. You can throw it under the legs at times when you're feeling confident and it'll still go in.
Fourth leg, it's Jerry to throw
Yeah,
first.
interesting. Jerry took
Game
a
on.
stride in preparation for his finish at 74. Just shows you how good of a dart. I don't think even he expected it, but there's real positives here for Jerry
60.
Hendricks. But for Robert Thornton, that opening game of the day, he saw top of the table Martin Turner falter. He saw maybe his biggest rival, Rob Grundy. Super impressive.
140.
But you know, when you are a legend and you just seem to get the timing right, and I just felt today was his day, and he'll take some stopping, in my opinion.
Before we get into the real business end of this
28.
match and the business end of the table unfolding, can we just take a moment to talk about these shoes of Jerry Hendricks? They're impressive.
Yeah, I think it was something like he was shopping
180.
and he said, them shoes look like my shirt. So I don't think the intention was to go out and buy some shoes like that. He just felt them shoes are like the design
45.
of my shirt. So he bought them. But they didn't have him in his size. And I think he then went online to make them, get them ready. So I think that's the story we found out about the shoes.
60.
You lent in him, really, didn't you?
They're beauties, them. But yeah, you can see the lightning sort of pattern there. But I'm just pleased for him. He's
140.
It's been a tough
Robert,
week
you
for Jerry
require
Hendricks, remember.
121.
played at the top level. But Robert Thornton is just turning the screw. He's got for treble 7 there.
When you've got a favourite double, you
81.
know all the different ways of getting to it. And sometimes it can just be a little bit less conventional than others. with James Wade, who started doing that route more than anyone.
Yeah,
19.
Like you said, if,
Robert,
that's
you
exactly
required
what I was
40.
quoted as saying this week.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
What I didn't quote is how good Robert Thornton is on double top. I think, in fact, I said I wouldn't mind a penny for every time he's hit tops in his career, because people have that go-to double.
Fifth leg,
and
it's
as
Roberts
Matt
to throw
alludes
first.
there, you try
Game on.
everything to get yourself to that double top, but tops and tens has been his go-to over the years, and then takes me back to that Grand Prix victory where you have to start on tops.
134.
Any positives here, though, for Jerry? He had one dart at the double, though. He did hit that. 3 180s.
75.
He's just running into an inspired Robert Thornton. And when you're talking about those players in the practice room reacting to the other people's darts, it's Robert Thornton's voice I hear the most.
57.
And when I spoke to Robert Thornton about coming down here, I said, I'm on commentary for Friday and Saturday. I says, what can you tell me? What can you
42.
give me that I could say? And he says, it's about time I won one.
Yeah,
100.
I asked him the same question. I just couldn't understand what he said, his accent. What I noticed about Jerry yesterday, Matt, is how tense he looked in them shoulders. Come on, he says. This is it. I know the averages are not staying up, but I'm
121.
seeing the positives of what I've seen from Jerry this week. He looked a pretty desperate man on Tuesday. His averages were low 60s at one point.
170.
Fantastic setup there for Robert Thornton. The 170 leaves him tops after 12. And the way he's been hitting that, these might be the last darts that Jerry
93.
Hendricks
Robert,
throws
you
in this
require
match.
40.
To join them players on
Game,
8 points.
shots, and the
Absolutely
match.
superb
Robert
performance there from
Thornton.
Robert Thornton. The cream always rises to the top. And a big smile on the face there from the Scotsman. Jerry Hendricks had a tough week. Just working on his game at the moment, but he was just up against an inspired Robert Thornton, 94.70. So good on the outer ring. Robert Thornton is up and running. And next up, can Martin Turner get back to winning ways against Carl Sneed?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the drama has only just begun as far as Group C is concerned. Before the break, Robert Thornton got the better of Jerry Hendricks by 4-1. Prior to that, Rod Grundy got the better of Carl Sneed by 4-2. And our opening fixture of the day saw Scott Winder beat Martin Turner by 4-1. This is how things correlate then, because as far as the league table is concerned, 4 players are now tied on 8 points at the top of proceedings. Thornton has gone top of the table by virtue of legs difference. Grundy in second, Turner in third, Winder in fourth. Sneed and Hendricks find themselves both on 2 points respectively. So next up for us, it is the battle of Sneed and Turner. And watching this one in the commentary box, let's hand down to Matthew Edgar and Glenn Durrett.
Yeah, thank you so much, Henry. Getting exciting here, isn't it? It could have been a little bit easier for Martin Turner. That opening loss is his first real setback in this Group C campaign. He was sitting pretty overnight, but he's got players all around him right now, and it's just going to be a superb finish. But Carl Sneed, I still think has plenty to say in this group because he's too good to be sat on 2 points for most of today. He's put himself, he could very easily be on 8 points himself. It hasn't always gone his way. He was involved in a wonderful tussle with Rob Grundy in his first game. However, he did lose that match 4-2. So you would think this man in your picture would be a heavy favourite here. But I still think there's plenty to say. And it was Carl Sneed that got the better of Martin yesterday.
First leg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
And Charlie Costafin will referee his duty.
Martin Turner, another player that's going to be doing some miles this weekend. He is entered to go up to the British Open up in Bridlington.
140.
If he doesn't get through to tomorrow night, he'll be heading up there today. If he does get through, he'll be travelling through the hours of the morning, a 6-hour drive. So the opportunity to sleep is going to be very small, but come what may, he's going to be playing in Bridlington on Sunday.
Carl Sneed, 4-7
100
favourite going into this game. I pulled the same face.
59.
Martin Turner, second in those England rankings. He's eyeing up an England shirt at the moment, something you've pulled on over your
81.
time.
81.
I was in a rugby union stadium when I got the knock on the door from the
59.
chairman. I mean, it was a scruffy, horrible shirt, heavy. I mean, you know, I think it had been the England shirt for a long time. I think the England shirt right now is beautiful. But I just stood in the mirror. I couldn't believe it. Couldn't
100.
believe it. But the funny story that one was I had a 34 average. And the only game that I didn't see was the one before because the players went into an
60.
area
Carl,
to practice for the next
80.
game. And then they called out the man of match. Little did I realise that Tony O'Shea had a 35-79, the only game I didn't see. Double 10. And the man
Game
from
shot on
Oldham
the first leg.
opens up with a lovely 15 data. Martin Turner is having real problems at the moment. And he'll need to
Second leg,
correct
it's
things. You
Martin
can
to
just
throw
sort of see a
first.
little bit
Game
fidgety
on.
there is Martin, whereas yesterday was so superbly good.
You still have to wear those hideous red trousers.
85.
No, I never had the pleasure of wearing the red trousers. That's synonymous to the John Laws, Eric Bristows, Phil Taylors when you see them. But no. Standard trousers.
140.
Pose sort of an open question as part of my answer this morning when we were speaking about Martin Turner up at the balcony before the darts was
93.
thrown. And we talked about the form of Martin Turner and the upturn of him. And is he now becoming someone to beat? And does that then make it harder?
60.
I remember travelling with Ryan Searle quite a lot, and he hated the transition of going from an underdog to being a favourite. And he even tried to call himself the underdog, even when he's like
59.
1-6 favourite. It's like, you can't be that no more.
Yeah, that expectation. And well, unfortunately, it wasn't good for me when I spoke with Martin Turner yesterday. And he put a lot of the credit down to his upturning form to you.
140.
You were in comms like we're doing now. When you were studying his stone, you could clearly see something he was doing wrong. And his words were, in 15 minutes with Matt Edgar, I learned more
100.
than
Carl, you
all the years I
require
was at school.
161.
Not what I wanted to hear, as Carl Sneed looks at a 161. This would be the finish of the week. It's bullseye.
136.
The bit he didn't tell you about
Martin,
that
you
story is he
require
didn't go to
164.
school. And they called it Q school then. Old habits.
60. Carl, you require 25.
Chance for Sneed.
Game shot on the
A
second
left-hander
leg.
hitting double
Carl
10.
Sneed.
Very James Wade-esque, but this is a great start. Not a surprise to myself or Matt Edgar. We both know
Third
Carl
leg, it's Carl
Sneed,
to
and
throw first.
he
Game
shouldn't
on.
be in 5th place, in my opinion. He's so much better than that, and he's going to play that spoiler role today, I feel.
I often think that the sports book's a good place to look as well, because
81.
the bookies don't want to be giving no money away, and the fact that they've gone 4-7 favourite on Carl Sneed to win this game just tells you what we're
26.
telling you as well. It just confirms that point that he's got a lot more quality than what he has shown so far.
Yeah, currently Martin Turner in a 2-horse race here is 10-1. Yesterday,
47.
he was nigh on impossible to beat until he walked into this man. Remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
81.
You say a 2-horse race. Not even sure they're on the same track at the moment. Carl averaging around about the 100 and Martin Turner in the mid-60s.
59.
If it's a Lancashire, Yorkshire thing that's really motivating him.
180.
Welcome to the race, Martin Turner.
When you play a quick player like Martin Turner, you're 2-0 up, you're cruising,
58.
and within a space of 60 seconds, you've lost the throw, and Martin Turner's looking good to actually break his throw here.
95.
The previous game in this sort of situation, this happened
134.
to Carl Sneed.
Martin, you
Grundy
require
at a 140, then took out a
119.
116. Is he going to get the chance to retaliate? He will. Turner can't take out 95 with
81.
one dart, so
Carl, you
122.
require
Carl
122.
Sneed, who will start over on the 18s. Needs the treble. Would have left him a dart at the ball. But a
54.
reprieve here for Martin Turner.
Martin, you require 38.
At one point, looked like he's going to walk away with this leg quite comfortably. Instead, he's now got
No
to stand
score.
and wait and hope.
And Carl
Carl, you
Sneed hasn't
require
been getting
68.
this little bit of luck that you need sometimes to win a leg of darts. I always feel this is a real 50-50, like what he's doing. He's looking at treble 16 to start. Well, 52 left, his options. That leaves double 18.
Game show on the third leg. Carl Sneed.
Sometimes you just need that right dance partner. And Martin Turner right now is the perfect fodder for him,
Fourth leg,
because
it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
at this moment, in the in-play table, he would be sat on 4 points, and both of them points and both of those wins against this man.
140.
And that is one of those psychological blows as well, because Martin Turner will feel like he's had that stolen from him.
140.
To show how tight the competition is today. Look what it's doing to the table. Where has Martin Turner gone?
55.
Well, legs difference will play an awfully big part today, you feel, with it that tight. He was number 1 overnight, and there he is, not even in the top 3. Remember, it's 2
97.
from 6 to qualify this Saturday night to join Berry Van Peer.
66.
He's losing that line a bit today, isn't he, Martin Turner? He's sort of going left and right quite a lot. First thing you've got to do is stay straight.
You have to just stay in there and try to squeeze one in. Or 17s is a good shout here.
97.
Again, losing that line on the 20s.
81. Carl,
Ends
you
up
require
leaving himself on a no finish.
167.
6 starts for Sneed. It's his to lose from here.
100.
Something Martin said to me this morning, though, as well. He says, he's not got through. He's not got through. And how much of that is playing on him?
127.
Well, it was
Carl, you
68
require
finish in the previous
67.
leg. That was clean as a whistle. Options on 60-70, starting on the 17s. You know, we went for the 11 bull earlier and hit the 8. Has he learnt his lesson just to hit the big 11? He has. This is for the match. And
Game,
what a performance
shots,
from
and the
Carl
match.
Sneed against the
Carl
shell-shocked
Sneed.
Martin Turner. The man from Oldham wins the War of the Roses match. 4-0, a big whitewash win. Martin Turner needs to stop the slide very, very quickly. It was one-way traffic. The tail of the tape tells you that the better man won. Carl Sneed moves on to 4 points. Big game coming up for Scott Winder. He plays for the 5th time this week. Jerry Hendricks.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilley, and board 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
Yeah, it's been a dreadful start so far for Martin Turner, who topped the table overnight. But so much to play for with 4 players on 8 points, including this man in your picture, Scott Winder. What a journey he's had this week. He's had a dreadful Group A campaign, but really bounced back in this Group C. And in his first game, did beat the top of the table, Martin Turner, to put himself in a good position. And this will be the 5th time they've played this week. On Monday and Tuesday, the man in your picture, Jerry Hendricks, beat Scott Winder 4-0. One-way traffic in both games, but since then, it's Scott that's taken the ascendancy, winning the final 2 games. A real rolling throw.
139.
That first one going, the other 2 just seem to follow against Jerry Hendricks, who's working on his, not only just his throw, but his whole demeanour when he's on the hockey as well. He's looked back at a couple of games and he's sort of learning on the job, so you'd have to feel that the man in your picture right now is a big favourite for this game.
40.
And a win here for Scott Winder would make him the first player to go to 10 points. And I guess that's a big motivation for him as he stepped on the hockey.
81. 40. 85.
You're just lacking the consistency, Jerry. He knows where that treble 20 bed is. Like I say, famously said he was happy as a fish as he won on the Ali Pali stage.
98.
As he walked onto Free From Desire. But openly admits he's not playing an awful lot of darts right now and was hoping, it was roundabout now, he's beginning
32.
to peak after 5 days of practice. Hasn't gone his way. That's happened to a lot of players on the MODUS Super Series, but he just seems to be working on the positives and negatives, and
96.
he will be back.
Got plenty of years on his side as well, hasn't he? Just in his mid-30s.
58.
It feels like he
Scott,
should be
you
older
require
because those
88.
Ali Pali appearances you're talking about was 8+ years ago.
56.
And if you weren't watching with us this week, Scott Winder, it was all about the bounce out. It was incredible. I'm not sure what he's done to his darts, whether he's changed his points, whether he's sharpened
59.
them.
Scott,
I
you
definitely
require
think it was the way he
32.
throws a dart, but he's putting himself in a real good position right now. And double 16 will give him the lead in this game.
$16. Jerry require
He'll have
160.
time on his hands here. Jerry Hendricks got to be perfect here in his 2 treble 20s. Can't get the first one in, so Scott Winder will return. Double 8.
53.
3 darts in hand.
Scott, you require 16.
Take the opening leg of this match.
Yeah, this was his Achilles heel at the beginning of the week, especially with 3 darts in his hand as well. We're getting a little bit scruffy.
12.
And like I said,
Jerry
every time that
require
Scott Winder
107.
gets himself in good positions in the league table, he seems to flatter to deceive. Treble 18. Another chance of Winder.
24.
The doubles wasn't a problem in his opening game.
Scott,
A
you
4-1
require
victory
4.
over Martin Turner. 50%, 4 from 8 in that one. 0 from 6 so far.
No
Like
score.
that. 0 from
Jerry
9.
require
And there's
83.
only so many opportunities you can give Jerry Hendricks before he is going to punish. That moment isn't
31.
yet.
Scott, you require 4.
Yeah, this game is all about this man, but like I said, he gets himself in good positions. His final game yesterday against
No
Martin
score.
Turner, when he had the chance to top
Jerry
the group, was
require
very poor.
52.
This has been a dreadful leg of darts from both.
Just keeps missing the big numbers as well, Jerry Hendricks. And what normally happens is you go and put it straight in the middle
12.
of the double.
His
Scott,
confidence
you
is
require
drained out of
4.
him. Part of him is thinking, come on, Scott, just put this away. But you'll feel like it's pub darts right now. You even border on, you get a little bit embarrassed, but it's still 2 important points for this man.
2. Jerry require 40. Game shot on the
You are
first leg.
correct in what you're
Jerry
saying as well,
Hendricks.
that you do get that embarrassment to the point where you want the other player to hit it.
Second
You want
leg,
the
it's
leg to
Jerry
be
to throw
over.
first. Game on.
And you kind of get that feeling there from Scott that it was like, let's just get on with the next leg. And Jerry would have been thinking the same.
But Matt, that's not the first time it's happened when he's put himself. I mean, he was terrific against Martin Turner. It's just whenever he sees, I mean, he can go top of the table.
38.
It's whenever he sees that potential, he freezes a little bit. I mean, whether he's still favourite for this game, but that has to suck the confidence out of you. I mean, he's terrific at scoring.
100.
I've absolutely give him 6, 7 out of 10 for his week on the treble 20 bed. He's got that real rolling throw, and the first dart goes in, the second and third is really seamless.
63.
And he's got an opponent who's having all sorts of troubles. And then under these circumstances, Scott Wine has got to pretend he's an athlete and just run his own
100.
race.
Been racking my brain where I know Scott Winder from. And it's come to me. It was in Iceland. So Scott Winder went to Iceland
36.
and was practicing together
I thought it was Asda.
when the Iceland Masters on the Sunday, the event I actually won. Scott Winder was there, we was having a
96.
practice together and a chat, and he was talking a lot about wanting to be here at the Super Series, and he was going to go do some of the ADC, and he was trying to get himself to this point. So
55.
with that in mind, we can say this is a real big moment for him. It's something he's worked for. It's something that he's specifically targeted.
100.
Yeah, he'll be feeling he's the better player in this game. The fact that Jerry knows what he's doing wrong, you can sort of then
95.
try too
Scott, you
hard. But
require 105.
like I say, if he's a car, he's probably running on empty and zero confidence in the steering. Double 14.
Game shot on the second leg.
After
Scott
13
Winder.
missed dart at a double, you get one dart at double 14, you ping it in. What a wonderful game this game of
Third
darts
leg, it's
is.
Scott to throw first. Game on.
So those combination shots that you tend to need after you've just missed so many darts at the double. One of those low tons or one of those high 90s, a nice little combo, one dart
100.
in hand, straight back on track. We mentioned about that Iceland Masters tournament, which I won. Scott Winder
60.
actually had a decent performance in there. 4-2 victory over Edwin Chorbinson, who actually won the Saturday event as well. So he beat the Icelandic champion there, average of 90.
45.
His opening game of the week, he beat Berry Van Peer, the challenge to a #1 right now, with a 96. And I thought, wow, what have we unearthed here? And then went through
100.
a couple of days of absolutely disastrous. But like I said, without the fear of repeating myself, he never let it bother him. You can tell he's enjoying the experience. He's been a real credit
95.
to himself. I love his reactions. He's very Robert Thornton-esque. He'll be chattering away, fist pumping. And I've enjoyed watching him.
41.
I did enjoy that about his opening game, the reactions to the positivity, to the good darts. If it's something good,
91.
see it. Let your opponent see it.
Have you had moments on that stage? I don't think you have, Matt, where it's
40.
been an absolute disastrous day.
Scott, you require
Because for Jerry
170.
Hendricks, I think he just wants the end of the day to come now. That would have been special.
84.
Yeah, I have had one of those campaigns. This was at the old venue in Southampton in the Group A, where it was just everything was flaring up a bit too much, and I could barely throw the dart.
48.
And you just want the day to be over.
Scott,
then
you
want
require
the week to be
86.
over, and it's a horrible place to be.
Such a nice guy is Jerry Hendricks. It's, like I say, it's a tough watch.
54.
I even watched the England-Scotland game with him earlier this week, and it's just a pleasure to be around, and it's sad to see him struggle like this. I
76.
don't know how it feels, but for Scott Wine, he has to
Scott,
focus
you
on
require
himself.
32.
First leg was just a tale of missed opportunities. The second leg, it's double 14, one dart. He's going through his pre-routine.
Game shot on the third leg.
And you could
Scott
argue it's 2
Winder.
from 3 on the outer ring. Forget the first leg, Scott. You've got control of this game.
Fourth
and then
leg,
the
it's Jerry
in-play
to throw
table,
first.
You'll
Game
become the
on.
first player to reach 10 points.
Jerry Hendricks was standing at the oche, waiting for his
95.
opportunity to throw. tend to find that the players will stand back and wait till they're called to the jockey to throw. That's just that sign of, I just want this over with. I just want to get on with it.
180.
Get off this stage.
He's not the only player who needs to
86.
pick himself up off the floor.
Knocked you out your chair, didn't it, that one?
I think I need to go on a dive because this chair is going
97.
down by the minute. I was looking uphill at the screen there. As we see the angle of Jerry's dart, like I said, he's just not enjoying the
55.
experience. And well, for Scott Wine, you just have to forget that. You've got to be really versatile and just concentrate on your own game. He knows he's the better player right now.
91.
But that brings its own pressures as well, because you don't want to miss that opportunity.
Yeah, I used to disagree with that. People say, I don't want to play this play because I'm expected to beat him.
35.
I used to like to be in the position
Scott,
where
you require
right now I know I'm playing
133.
someone who's struggling. I'm the better player, and I was able to deal with that. Excellent setup play here.
93.
Fantastic from Wine after 12 darts to leave tops after a disastrous first leg of darts. Wine is just beginning to put together a run of 3 good legs here. And if he can just put this away
81.
first dart, he'd be feeling good
Scott,
about
you
himself
require
all of a sudden.
40. Game shot on the 4th leg. Scott Winder.
14 dart leg. He's grown into this game more and more as it's gone. And when you mention about being the better player, he's
5th
really
leg. It's
starting
Scott
to
to
stamp
throw
that
first.
authority on this
Game
game.
on.
Yeah, forget the statistics. I mean, the first leg ruined the, for both players. For Scott Winder now, it's about that seeing 10 points because you've walked into that players area.
81.
I mean, I spoke to you last time, how you stamped your authority in the players area, winding up the other players, and I'm going to beat you. Scott Winder's been bottom of Group A, so every time he walked in that room, defeat after defeat,
121.
like you said, you're bordering on a little bit of embarrassed. Right now, maybe in about a couple of minutes' time, he's about to walk in the players area, and he'll see his name at the top.
96.
That must feel good. And then you've got to let everyone know about it. It's all right being top, but you've got to make sure everyone else knows that you're top as well.
I mean, you spoke to him, is that the
78.
type of personality he's got, especially when he's got Robert Thornton, a Scottish legend in there. How can you wind him up?
Yeah, I don't think he's that sort of person. I think he's more of a
100.
get your head down and try and produce your best type of player. For someone who's throughout the year had this as a
56.
target, getting through to Saturday would be a massive achievement on top of the achievement of being here in the first place.
Listen, Chris Murphy was sat with me in core comms this week, and he fancied
60.
Scott Winder to finish at least second in this group today. I totally and utterly disagreed with him and said Robert Thornton and Rob Grundy are head and shoulders above the others. Could I be wrong again? Because I'm delighted to say that Scott's right there.
60.
Would be a
Scott,
great
you
story.
require
And for
164.
others who are watching that, who they want that experience of being on the stage and can follow exactly what Scott's done this week. He never gave up after a disastrous day.
100.
But here he is, 64 points away from top on the table.
100. Scott, you require 64.
Nothing Hendricks can do. Scott Winder goes through his process. A little wipe with the hands, very Rob Cross-esque. He's going to get a dart for the match.
Game,
And Scott
shot,
Winder,
and the
after
match.
the disastrous
Scott
first leg,
Winder.
now tops the table and is the first player to go to 10 points against Jerry Hendricks, who I think just wants the day to end right now. But it's all about that man in your picture, Scott Winder. The stats mean not an awful lot, really. That first leg ruined absolutely everything. The 105 checkout, but the way Scott Winder finished that game, he goes top as we move on to a massive game coming next. One not to be missed. Second v third, Rob Grundy against Robert Thornton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Ball 1, Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly. And ball 2, Craig Nixon, Robert Young.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and this could be an absolute belter. Two great players, both in second and third position, had a fine start to the day so far. But it's Scott Winder that tops the table at the moment. That's Scott who's first player to go to 10 points. And these two are sat beautifully in 8 points. And I just think, I don't know about you, Matt, but I just feel the winner of this match can go on and run through the card today. I think it's a game I identified this morning of when they played, the implications of the game. But this man in your picture, Robert Thorne, he just has that time and he just seems to know how to get to
First leg,
Saturday
it's Rob
night.
Grundy to throw first.
He's going to be refereed by
Game
that man,
on.
Charlie Costafine.
I remember standing down at the Circus Tavern this year. And I was stood up on the side and we was watching the trophy presentation as Robert Thornton was presented
47.
with the Seniors World Championship trophy for the second year in a row. And he went into that event not in very good form. And quite a high
41.
official who goes around and sees all the events turned around to me and he says, everyone writ him off because of the form, but what they're forgetting is that man has so much bottle.
180.
It takes a lot of bottle to beat Robert Thornton right now. But Robert Grundy is in the form of his life.
84.
The man from Hartlepool, and I can't go without saying today, big happy birthday to John Watson. Washer, he's on holiday, and even though, despite the fact he's laid next to a pool, they're all cheering on this man.
100.
So happy birthday, mate. The messages I got overnight about Rob Grundy is it's big
60.
business, big news in the Northeast. We've seen so many good players. Colin Osborne, Adam Atkinson, Tony Wood, Jamie Durrant. Help me with more.
58.
Graham Usher is a Teesside man in my eyes.
Graham Usher.
45. Robbie required
World Series finals.
116.
Yeah, he's got a decent draw against Puha. He's going to get a dart at tops for a 15 dart holder throw.
76.
Should have gone
99.
bullseye with the
Robbie
last dart
required
there because
40.
it would have left a finish and put some pressure on. But 6 darts on top. Should expect Rob Grundy to finish the
Game shot
job
on
and
the first
does.
leg.
Solid
Rob
start.
Grundy.
The reaction from Rob Thornton as well, the throwing up of the hand. I just feel
Second
like
leg,
he
it's
felt
Robert
that dart
Thornton
was
to
sat
throw
perfectly
first.
in the board and he
Game
was just
on.
going to follow it. Sometimes it almost feels like it'll be easier than it actually is.
140.
Yeah, Robert Thornton using a brand new set of darts just to give that little bit of added grip. He's been using a dart. I mean, some players will change daily, weekly, monthly, yearly. You get some players who don't
135.
change them at all. This man has brand new set out the packet. Just that added grip he feels can give him the next dimension. You can see
123.
that brand new barrel there.
Sometimes just perception, isn't it? It just feels a little bit different in the hand. Just feels new and fresh. He did say he felt a lot more fresh today.
54.
Probably a longer gap between matches and the extra time in bed's probably done him good after the amount of miles he's put in this past week.
I thought he'd be
94.
walking 500 miles.
Tell you what, after a week of Super Series darts, you feel like you've walked 500 miles.
140.
Stones in your
Robert, you
shoes.
require
Everything hurts and
144.
aches.
This won't. This would be the highest finish of the week.
Game shot on the
Solid
second
as a
leg.
rock. He
Robert
even gives himself
Thornton.
a little round of applause there. And why not, Robert? I said this had all the ingredients to be a really good game. And so far, so good.
Third leg, it's Rob Grundy to throw first. Game on.
Obviously, I've said
140.
a lot about Rob Grundy, obviously from my neck of the woods. Your experiences, or you seen him for the first time today?
Yep, first time I've seen him.
100.
Obviously, I've seen the name because he's been having a couple of call-ups recently to the PDC Pro Tour off the back of winning a Challenge Tour title. So I've seen some of the performances he's been putting in.
100.
This is my first chance to see him actually in the flesh and put a face to the name and a throw to the name.
Yeah, I first met him early
84.
2010-11, playing for Cleveland County, and the lean he used to have was a lot more deliberate than that one, and I worried about his back and his posture, but never doubted how good he was. Just one of them ones that,
100.
without being, I hope it doesn't come across, just didn't have the money to travel. And like I said, there's a player like Rob Grundy in every town and city. So for me, it's great to see him playing so well now because I've always
140.
believed
Robbie
in him.
required 161. 99.
Could have utilised the bullseye there as well. Using the bull, the 25 would have gave him 2 darts at the double. Instead, he's going to need to find the treble with this
59.
opening dart.
Robbie requires 62.
Or else it'll just be the one.
You see that lean on that shot. It's double 16.
30.
Thornton is lurking.
Robert, you require
And this would be for a breaker
180.
throw. This is what he does. Incredibly, yesterday, we noticed he had a tattoo done on Wednesday.
52.
Just on the throwing arm.
Robbie requires
We'll
32.
try and get a show of that tattoo. But incredibly, during mid-competition, it's Grundy for 2-1, double 8. He hit this under pressure in the last match.
Game
Does it
shot on the
again. That's
third
just a
leg.
real sign
Rob
of quality
Grundy.
when you're doing it last start. It's a huge sigh of relief. You can see him puffing his cheeks out
Fourth
there.
leg, it's Robert
Both are
Thornton to
feeling
throw
it, and
first.
I also sense
Game
that
on.
both realise the importance of this game.
When we talk about the finances of darts, there's so many
100.
good stories over the years and so many unearthed ones that you just love to tell. I remember when I first started playing on the Pro Tour, I sold my PlayStation to try and make a little bit of funds. Didn't you get a
97.
payday loan so you could play county?
Yeah, the Provi loan. It was an away game to somewhere in Wales, I remember. There's that tattoo that he's had done this week.
121.
And I think his family members have also had the same tattoo, but incredibly on the throwing arm as well.
Yeah, I believe the story goes Glenn Durrant borrowed 50 quid. And he's still paying it back now.
125.
50 quid a week.
$100.
Good game, this. Very tight, very much in the balance. But it's Grundy that's got the two legs on the board at the moment.
$97.
What are you thinking on 180 here, Matt, when you step to the hockey?
Well, for Thornton, it's got to be a 140. Leave his favourite tops. And
140.
that's exactly what he's done. Normally, when you get good games, is what we said earlier, it goes with holds of throw. It's starting to follow that pattern and trend, but this tops is going to be under a bit of a pressure.
140. Robert, you require 40.
Does Thornton
Game
just
shot on the
shrug pressure
foreplay.
off like it doesn't
Robert
exist as he
Thornton.
normally does and hits tops his favourite double. And we're halfway through this game. We're now going to a best of 3.
Fifth leg, it's Rob Grundy to throw first. Game on.
Robert Thornton is going to have to find a breaker throw from somewhere.
Yeah, we had 6 4-3s in the Group C campaign
140.
yesterday. We haven't had one so far today, but when these two walked on the arc, I thought there's not going to be a lot to separate these two. Just maybe a little bit of magic here or there.
98.
It's the fact that Rob Grundy has the dart in this match going to be the deciding factor, because not an awful lot to separate them so far.
High quality affair when you look at the
96.
numbers. Sportsbook are going with Robert Grundy, and that's purely down to the advantage of the throw. 13-8 available on Robert Thornton. 4-9
41.
Grundy. And that 4-9 may have just looked a lot more appealing with that slip there from Robert Thornton. 100 points now, the difference, plus the darts in the hand.
57.
That's an indication of the small margins that
123.
define this game. Could easily have been a 180, but just the width of the wire.
Totally different Rob Grundy today. I
100.
just caught him practicing on the stage prior, and he said to me, there's no way I'll play like I did yesterday. Whatever happens, this is much, much better. A little drop of the dart there. A little apology to Rob Thornton as steam come out of his ears. Don't upset him, Rob.
97. Rob, you require 108.
The much more doable shot of the two only needs the one treble. Opts to stay on the 20s. Now, them darts were a little bit awkward for how his darts lie. We may see him move away to the 16s here.
56.
Does so. Just because his darts lie flat and a little
Robert,
bit
you
under
require
there.
142.
Could have caused a problem and slipped into the 5 or 1 with that deflection.
Yeah, if he's going to miss, it's under the treble 20 bet for Rob
58.
Grundy. One of those
Rob, you require
understackers. But
52.
what's his favourite double in this one? He's going to go up with double 16. This is when you're relying all them years and
Game
hours
shot on
of
the fifth
practice.
leg. Rob Grundy.
Two dart combinations like that. It's a great game of darts, and it did promise to deliver.
Sixth leg,
And
it's
I
Robert
stand
Thornton
by
to
the
throw
fact that
first.
whoever wins this
Game
game
on.
will feel really good that they can go through the card today.
$46.
Feel like you're on a bit of a free roll, don't you? You're 3-2 up. You know you've got the dart in the last leg. And to hear you're 44, you feel like this is a free chance. And can he just let that throw just go with ease?
100.
This is the point I'd normally be feeling attack. This is the point you want to get it wrapped up. You don't want to go to a last leg. It only takes one bad visit from yourself or a
140.
big visit from your opponent, and it all gets a little bit edgy.
Thornton is must watch, isn't he? Even from his mannerisms, his facial expressions.
100.
I tell you what, there was an awful lot in it when he hit that 140 there. Such a fighter. Look at that. That's what I like to see, the growl.
140.
Yeah, 2 treble 19s would still leave a finish.
39.
Wrong decision for me. When he goes above the treble 20, you can see in that perfect angle there. There's nothing you can see. Looking good for 3-3 here. Outstanding from Thornton.
135.
A game like this where we've got two players playing well, both in a position where they're fighting out for
92.
that 10-point position.
Robert, you require 40.
You want to see it go all the way. You want to see it go down to that one-leg shootout. If Robert Thornton can just come underneath that one, we're going to get our wish.
Thornton.
The match goes all the way to a deciding leg. Can Robert now find that breaker throw that is going to be needed
to throw first.
to see
Game
him
on.
move top of the table?
And you're just thinking, give me a ton. Give me a 15 darter. Make Robert hit a 12. This is where all of a sudden the trebles just seem to
93.
evaporate slightly, but that's a cracking last dart there. But for Robert Thornton, he's thinking 140, please.
To do it the last dart as well is normally the most painful for the opponent stood behind. 'Cause you just feel like you're going to get that bit of an opportunity, that bit of breathing room.
That's the perfect dart. Not only is it in the treble. Yes, he was angry with that because he expected more.
121.
But great, he's got a 100-point lead. It's in his hands right now, but here comes Thornton.
81.
Finally in the balance. Great switch downstairs.
96.
And when you've got the throw, you only need that one treble. Even 2 trebles for Thornton here. He's still going to be under it because Grundy has the advantage of the throw.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more,
83.
Matt. Just one treble at a time. 1-9, 1 after 9 is, I would say, he's 10 up on what he needed. I want to be on 201 at that stage. This is why he's won Challenge 2. This is why he's absolutely banging form right now. But rest assured, Rob Grundy has been doing this for over a decade.
133.
Tremendous player, now getting and being able to showcase his talents in the biggest tournament he's played in.
Opportunity is knocking though.
100.
Thornton back on 140.
Robbie required
2 more
58.
good darts required to move himself to the top.
$38.
That was reminiscent
Robert,
of
you
a couple of
require
darts he had yesterday.
140.
And this is typical Thornton. But Grundy will be back. Can he smash through them? Because he wants to throw at the treble 20 bed because it would leave a top. But even a big 20 is not the end of the world.
65.
But it's all about this
Robbie,
man.
you required
He's
20.
sucking the air in. We build it as a blockbuster game. This is getting tricky. Big, big dart.
10.
I was questioning if he could settle because those darts at tops
Robert, you
was
required
wayward. There was nervy
75.
darts. One thing we won't expect to see from Robert Thornton is a nervy dart at the double to win a match. He knows how to win.
51.
And I was about to say, and win he does. Once again, Rob Grundy
Robbie
can't
required
believe, 'cause you
10.
don't expect Robert Thornton to miss in under them circumstances. This is still not over. Double 5 is not easy. How aggressive with the first dart. Is that too good? He doesn't need to move. Nodding again from Robert Thornton. And what is he thinking? Robert
Game,
Grundy
shot,
with a
and the
sensational
match.
double
Rob
5 to take the
Grundy.
match. It went the distance. He moves to 10 points. He's progressing very, very nicely in this Group C campaign. That's what it means to him. Good performance there from Robert Thornton. Did have his opportunities in the end. Not an awful lot to separate him on the numbers. It was just a really good game. Robert Thornton with the highest finish of the week. But it's Robert Grundy that takes the spoils in a fantastic match. As we move to the third set of game, it's Jerry Hendricks against Carl Sneed.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the twists and the turns continue here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Matthew Edgar is alongside me up here on the balcony to assess and look back at the first 6 games that we've seen this afternoon. These are the results from them. Kicked off with a 4-1 victory for Scott Winder against Martin Turner, the man who was top of the table overnight. Well, he's enjoyed a miserable start to the day because he then lost 4-0 to Carl Sneed. Elsewhere, it's been a fantastic start, perfect start as far as Robert Grundy is concerned. 2 victories to his name to kickstart proceedings. Matthew Edgar alongside me up here. And, well, the twists and the turns really began from the get-go, didn't it? Scott Winder getting the better of Martin Turner. And Martin had such a good day yesterday. It's been a complete opposite of those fortunes today.
Yeah, and he's had a good year as well, and he's not got through yet as far as getting into a Saturday, and that's something that's playing on his mind, something that we spoke about when I first got here this morning and stood outside having a chat with him, that he really wants to get through to one of these Saturdays, despite the fact that he's off to Bridlington at some point this weekend to go play in the British Open. But Scott Winder, somebody who I bumped into during my time in Iceland, and we had a bit of a chat and a practice, and he was eyeing this up then. He was trying to find a route to get himself into the Super Series. He's here and he's in a very good position now that he can actually get through to Saturday. So it's an achievement being here in the first place. How much more kudos will it be for him to get through to a Saturday night?
You've been travelling a little bit of the circuit this year. How much is this tournament being spoken about?
Everywhere you go. It literally is everybody out on that circuit, on the WDF and on those tours. Everyone wants to be here. And everyone's trying to find a route here. And one of the things now with the ADC and the ADC Europe is people have got an opportunity to earn their place here and come here and compete, just like Scott Winder's doing. He wanted to be here, he found a route, and here he is now competing and looking very good for getting through to Saturday.
He most certainly is. Meanwhile, for Robert Thornton, it's been a day of mixed fortunes. He's got the better of Jerry Hendricks in his first game by 4 legs to 1. Jerry, who has been a little bit under it, hasn't he?
Robert Thornton got the better of Jerry Hendricks, as has everybody else. Jerry Hendricks has been nowhere near the Jerry Hendricks I remember a few years ago. But I did mention on commentary that Jerry Hendricks isn't as old as we think he is. He's in his mid-30s. He's got plenty of time that if he wants to take darts seriously again and he wants to make this regular again for himself, he can do. He's got the ability. He just needs the time and the reps and the work and the effort. I can relate to Jerry Hendricks. Time off, it's not a good thing. You almost go cold. You almost forget how to compete. But you can pick it up very quick when you put that effort in on the practice.
How for you, when you started throwing again, how long did it take for you to get from the basis of the starting point to where you knew you were before you stopped picking the darts up?
I think the question should more be, when did I think it wasn't there to when it was? Because actually, I thought it was there from the very first dart I threw. Your mind doesn't let you forget. You think you're the same player you was at the point, and that's probably what's frustrating Jerry Hendricks right now, because in his mind he will still be that guy, but then when he goes up there it doesn't happen, and the body and the mind are just doing different things, and it gets frustrating at times. I would say a good couple of months here for Jerry Hendricks, getting some proper practice in, and practice with somebody as well, because it's the timing. You can stand on a practice board all you want by yourself, but it's that timing and that waiting and that process that you need to get right.
Meanwhile, for Robert Thornton in that game against Rob Grundy, he came up with the highlight finish of the match, but it was tense towards the line. 4-3 victory for Grundy in that one, and that could well set in situ what is to come, and it puts the Thorn in a lot of trouble.
It does, but I don't think you ever really write Robert Thornton off. He's always one of those players that you expect can win any game, but can also lose any game, which is why Glenn Durrant said he was must-watch TV, because you just don't know what you're going to get from Robert. And I find that really entertaining as well. He could go up there and hit 9 darters like he has done on TV before, or he could come off missing loads of shots and coming off frustrated, as he did there. He thought that was a game he should have won. He had the 2 darts at the end of the match at the double 12, and he feels that was an opportunity gone. I certainly passed him on the way up, and that was the vibe I was getting.
Well, I'll tell you what, we came close to some big finishes in that game between Rod Grundy and Carl Sneed. Grundy running out the 4-2 victories, 100% for the day. He came close to winning the match on the fish, as you can see. Second one in, and then just bails on the 25.
A shot that caused debate between me and Glenn, because I was very much down the road of I like the shot of the ball there to try and win the match with the 170. Glenn thought it should have been more of a setup play.
Boing, boing, does her.
It was where we look at Carl Snade's shot there, Martin Turner on the 164. That's where you feel you need to go for the ball. But we're seeing that a lot more often now. It's more flashy, more razzmatazz, not as much sort of setup play and playing it safe, like a Glen Durrant.
Hey, boing, boing, does it, right? Let's have a look at the table then, following 2 rounds of fixture. He's going to kill me in a bit, by the way. Rob Grundy and Scott Wider both top of the pile on 10 points. Thornton and Turner keeping close company in behind on 8 points. Carl Sneed on 4, Hendricks on 2. Very quickly, Matt, we got Glenn's opinion on it yesterday. Let's have a quick look at what's coming up next week, because a good friend of yours in Kevin Painter is going to be in the lineup. But for once, he's not actually going to be the headline player, because Makura Suzuki, the 2-time world champion, is going to be in there.
It's a great lineup, that Group A, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Chris Wickerden as well, somebody who has been playing some good darts away from here as well, and he's sort of playing darts every night of the week. I think sometimes he's going to 2 different leagues in order to get his darts in. So he's going to be someone who is right at the very top of his game, someone we've seen here before with inconsistencies, but I think we might see a better version of him next week.
Most certainly. Well, me and Matt are going to be part of the team for that next week. Looking forward to that. Right, you're going to make your way back down to join Glenn in commentary. We're going to see you on the other side of 3 o'clock. Will you join our friends on Sporty Stuff TV? It's 3 p.m, which means it's time for darts here at the MODUS Super Series on Sporty Stuff TV. And what a tense and tight conclusion to Group C we've got for you over the next 3 hours or so. We've already seen 6 matches and twists and turns at every single nook and cranny. These are the results then from those opening 6 matches. And it's been a fantastic day as far as Scott Winder and Robert Grundy are concerned. Both players winning their opening couple of fixtures and have put themselves into pole position as far as qualification is concerned. Martin Turner, who was top of the table overnight, well, he has lost ground on the rest of the field, having lost his opening 2 fixtures. The table after those opening 2 rounds looks as follows. So Grundy and Winder in really promising positions, both on 10 points, but it's going to be a real tight race for the line. 4 horses in this race to win the group. Robert Thornton and Martin Turner, both on 8 points respectively. Next up for us, though, our first game on Sporty Stuff TV sees the players in 5th and 6th in the table go toe-to-toe as Jerry Hendricks takes on Carl Sneed. Watching all the action in the commentary box is a very good afternoon to the Iceland Masters champion Matthew Edgar and the former Premier League champion Glen Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. And let's start with the real 2020 Premier League champion, Iceland Masters. The same as that, Matthew Edgar. Absolutely delighted to be joined by Matt in the comms box. It's been an interesting day so far, as Henry alluded to. A great start from Scott Winder, who sits on 10 points, and he's been joined by Rob Grundy, who's really began to show his real A game. But it was labelled a basement clash yesterday. But the guy in your picture, Carl Sneed from Oldham, a former semi-professional rugby league player, now applying his trade in the game of darts. I think I've heard of a story of a rugby player going into darts, Matt, against Jerry Hendricks, who's had a very difficult week. Guy who 8 years ago played on the Ali Pali stage and famously said he was as happy as a fish. But it's this man who will be a little bit more disappointed with his Group C campaign. A couple of times yesterday he put himself in good positions for
First
the victory.
leg, it's Jerry to throw first.
Just couldn't see
Game
out.
on.
I expect a quality performance here, and it's going to be refereed by Charlie Corstafine. I expect a big performance here from Carl Sneed. Like I said, it's been lots of problems for Jerry
85.
Hendricks so far. Can he find the answers?
Broke Dave Clark, didn't he? That fish comment.
And I watched it yesterday. I literally went back and just reminded me
83.
exactly what he said. But yeah, Mardle and Dave Clark, they were cracking up.
17.
Picked up on this earlier on as well with Jerry Hendricks, that when you're not playing well, you then start to lose the line on that 20, that vertical line, and all
100.
3 of those darts going left. He's starting to spray the darts around a bit. Again, left.
Yeah, toil and trouble. When confidence goes when you're on the
92.
hockey, it's a very, very lonely place. And if he had his choice right now, I think he would just like to get up that stage and just look back at what was an interesting week for him. He
100.
knows he's not playing competitively, not playing as regularly as he wants to. And I think he's been found out a little bit. He understands the mistakes he's doing. This is what he can do. It's been few and far between.
180.
He actually opened with 3 180s in his opening match, but was only able to get 1 dart at a double, which just shows
83. Jerry
amount of
required
wayward darts in between.
127.
he's only thrown 4 darts at a double all day. This is
77.
the time to the
Carl,
hockey.
you require 135.
He'll start on the ball. So he can still do this with the treble 20. I tell you what, that bullseye would have looked inviting after the first one. And just
70.
reminding Jerry that he would have hit
Jerry
it, but
require 50.
all he can do is lay up. But for 50 for Jerry, this is where the problems have started, and now misses a big number for a dart at tops. But that is a
10.
man with zero
Carl, you
confidence
require
throwing darts
65.
right now.
Didn't just miss the number, he missed the board, and I kind of expected it. Carl did not expect that. That's took him back. He's just having to run a bit of quick maths.
If man's right, it's 47 left for double top.
45. Jerry required
This time
40.
Jerry's got 3 darts in his hands. Totally different approach with the doubles. He realised yesterday
Game
he was
shot on
just
the first
taking
leg.
too long.
Jerry
It took
Hendricks.
an age for him to throw for double top yesterday. And he realised that mistake, and this time goes
Second leg,
straight
it's
in.
Carl
And
to throw first.
sometimes you just need a spark. You need
Game
something
on.
to happen. But right now, you can just see by his body language there, he's not enjoying the experience.
Ooh, a spark for electric Jerry Hendricks.
41.
Was that on purpose, was it? Or?
Trying to think of another electric joke, but
85. $93.
No, this is where you need Chris Murphy.
no, he's put some puns in this week. Unfortunately, Jerry Hendricks has put some ones in this week. And that's the
121.
inconsistency shown in 3 darts there, which pretty much sums up the week of Jerry Hendricks. Even his mum spoke to him last night and said, just enjoy the experience, Jerry. You know what you can do.
96.
Frustrate you even more when people seem to have the answers. No one really realises how difficult it is to be up there when you're not playing well.
140.
And they're normally the people you hear from the most, aren't they? The family members, the mums, the partners, because they're so
60.
brutally
Jerry,
honest
you
with their
require
assessments.
155.
Well, the brutal honesty here is I was expecting more for Carl Sneed. And Jerry Hendricks is in a fabulous position here, but that lateral drift into the
77.
fives, not helping the cause, but that last treble at 19 gives him a big advantage in this.
96. Jerry requires 78. Game shot on the second
Yeah,
leg.
that's clean
Jerry
and clinical.
Hendricks.
And yesterday, when Jerry Hendricks scored on the stage against Carl Sneed, he was a 4-2 victor.
Third
So
leg, it's
looking
Jerry to
good
throw
for the
first.
double.
Game on. $100. $180.
The likelihood here is we're watching two players that their race is pretty much run. In order for them to qualify,
85.
it's going to be an absolute one-off mathematical miracle.
I don't even think that would happen. The maximum points Carl could get to is 10, and already you've got two players on 10, and they don't look like slipping up.
140.
It is about just showcasing your talents. They'll want to be here again. It's just a reminder to the MODUS Super Series that there's more to come for these two.
125.
Carl Sneed came through the ADC system in the Northwest. A Lancashire County A player, has a good pedigree. The information I had about him is that he could be a real dangerous floater this week. It just hasn't happened
100.
from his first game when he was leading 3-1 yesterday. Again, Scott Winded. It all sort of went wrong from there.
68. Carl, you require 81.
May need to use the bull.
56.
Jerry Hendricks will be hoping for a
Jerry,
dart
you
at the ball
require
here as well.
123.
Needs to find a treble first. Again, slips out to the left, unable now to take out the shot.
45.
So Carl Sneed, can he get a
Carl, you
foothold in this
require
game?
25.
That was for a big 5, and that only crept into big 1.
Game
Once
shot on
again,
the
the
third
facial
leg.
mannerisms of the
Carl
non-throwing
Sneed.
players, what you couldn't take your eyes off there, because Jerry was smelling the opportunity for a 3-0, but that double 2 there brings Carl back into the game, because that was a
Fourth
break
leg, it's
throw.
Carl to throw first.
And if you can
Game
hold this
on.
throw, we would have parity.
You mentioned about Carl being a County A player for Lancashire. I mean, that's an achievement in itself. That is such a hotbed for talent, and sort of always been one of those top Premier League counties as
140.
Lancashire over the years. I'm sure you could name many of big stars from that part of the country.
And obviously, I represented Yorkshire for a season and a bit. in that
135.
game, and some of the stories of the Yorkshire Lancashire ones and the size of the crowds. He said to me yesterday he loves being part of that system, plays Super League in Oldham, and
60.
has been talking to players like Scott Taylor, Lee Shewan, who play at Fleetwood and Preston, and other players about the experiences of the MODUS Super Series and what he needs to do, what he
140.
needs to learn, but he just seems to be learning on the job this week. A nice throw. Someone who brings his elbow up, which is not
97.
the usual, but like I say, he has a grip like a Ron Moulenkamp, feels very tight in his fingers. But I like Jerry Hendricks' throw. There's so much right about that throw. He's just releasing with zero confidence.
40.
And I know how that feels to be on the dartboard when you know your brain is telling you you're going to miss.
81.
Just feels very, I think congested would be the word I'd use really for Jerry Hendricks. It just feels tight.
It's the release.
30.
Had a little
Carl,
say
you
practice
require
with him yesterday, but I
123.
think I can see what he's doing wrong. But there's an awful lot right, and I bet someone hasn't said to him what he's done right for a long, long time. So treble 18 for Sneed, and treble 20 would leave a double top.
43. Jerry, you require 156.
Jerry Hendricks, who did have the highest finish for the majority this week. This would take the. This doesn't seem to be happening, does it? And that's the problem. That lateral slip into the
82.
5. It's just happening too
Carl, you
regular.
require 80.
Both players have been good on the doubles. It's been the strength of this match so far. Will that trend continue? Chance for
60.
Hendricks.
That little
Jerry
misgrip
requires
of the dart as
74.
well may have just knocked him out of his stride. He had to sort of reset and repose. I was going to say there's no confidence here on these 15s at all. He went
72.
aggressive. Didn't fancy the job
Call
on the
you
ball.
required 20.
He's left himself on the hit or miss target.
Game
But
shot
he
on the
won't
fourth
even get a
leg.
shot at it. Carl
Costney.
Snade 2-0 down, levels us up. And we know he's got a bit more in the locker than what
Fifth
he's
leg, it's
showing
Jerry
here.
to throw first.
But
Game
Jerry
on.
Hendricks just keeps presenting opportunities.
Jerry Hendricks hasn't missed treble 19 each time he's gone for it recently, yet he perseveres on the treble
50.
20. His decision making, his mindset is absolutely all over the place right now. And it's a real struggle for him.
135. $83. $99.
Just like a game earlier on, Carl seems to be warming into the task. He had that
81.
Demolition job. 4-0 victory over Martin Turner, the man who opened top of the table coming into today. A man who's either going to be here or in Bridlington tomorrow.
127.
Wherever he is, he's going to be playing some darts. Carl is just turning the screw now. And when you don't have that confidence like Jerry Hendricks
85.
won't, you start
Carl, you
wondering,
require
where's my next big shot? Where's my
140.
next opportunity going to come from?
Yeah, he's a great character, Jerry, as well, but he just seems a shadow of the player, the character, the characteristics of a very
100.
positive man. It just seems like everything's just been drained out of him this week. Well, he's here for a reason, Matt, and I hope he looks at the positives as well. He's got
100.
5 match
Carl, you
days
require
under his
40.
belt, lots of games. But it's Sneed that's taking the ascendancy right now.
$20. Jerry require 102.
I was about to say, he doesn't miss treble 19.
24.
You know what I talked about decision processes?
Carl, you required
That
20.
Double 19 in that situation is not correct. He's expecting Sneed to hit double 10, but he's just missed 3 darts already at a double. And now he's on double 5, and anything can happen here.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Carl
It's
Sneed.
3-2 to the man from Oldham.
It's one of those things as players we always say that they're all the same size, but there's certain things you don't want to be doing, and double 5 in a crucial
Sixth leg,
moment
it's Carl
like
to
that.
throw first.
I don't know many people
Game
that
on.
are a fan of that shot. I think maybe Kevin Painter and Alex Roy, probably 2 people that spring to mind who speak quite highly of the double 5. I can't think of many others.
Yeah, I suppose when you're a tops and tens man,
81.
you're going to have regular on double 5. I would never like, but like I say, I would always be a player who try to leave the 16s, 8, 4s as much as possible. Well, it was a big part of my practice routines, 16s, 8 and 4s, tops, 10s and 5s. Learn to love what you're here to do. I realised my tops and 10s were not good enough.
60.
So I got to practice an area. All you want to do is hit 180s in practice, but a big part of the game is mastery.
80.
It's also down to, are you practicing or are you training? Because in those periods of time, when you're trying to work on those weaknesses, that's not practice.
100.
That's training. Then you just need to make sure that you've got the right training routines and drills to make sure that you're getting the most out of that time.
100.
Matt said it's like looking in the mirror when we're speaking to each other because we know how to practice. But when you do have a few problems, certainly like I've had, whereas Matt's more the injury side of things, you just get to a situation where you're just thrown at the area where Carl's going for now, the 20 bed, and you neglect what you're meant to do.
100.
Of understanding that just the more important things is learning your doubles and your finishes and getting the confidence at ending games.
and just using the board, throwing in different areas, different ranges.
91. Carl, you require 160.
It'll be a special way to win this game. First one's in.
We'd see a real big one this week, aren't we? Which surprises me when we look at the lineup of the players that we've got. It's kind of a when rather than if. Maybe it's going to be tomorrow night.
96.
Funny enough,
Jerry
Jerry said, I'm not going to
require
practice the phantom dart.
170.
He's giggling away because he's just done it automatically there. Come on, Jerry, let's have a special moment. You can do this. For the bull.
145.
He would have phantom darted every single
Carl, you
throw
require
had he have hit that
64.
bullseye. However, he's 64 points for the match.
Game, shots, and the match. Carl Sneed.
And it's Carl Sneed. It was classed as a basement game yesterday, but it's 2 out of 2 for Carl Sneed against Jerry Hendricks. He nearly had a real moment of magic with a 170 finish there, but it wasn't to be. Hopefully he's seen the positives from the experience, but Carl Sneed is once again demonstrating his real qualities. He'd be chuffed to pieces with a win. A couple of wins over there, but real business with the game next. It's Martin Turner against Rob Grundy. That's up next.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A big game pending. An opportunity knocks for the player just retrieving his darts, Rob Grundy, who's had a fine start to the day. 2 big wins, including a win over one of his rivals, Robert Thornton. It's been a start to forget for the man retrieving his darts, Martin Turner, who was absolutely sensational yesterday. But he's not out of it. And we can just see some more magic from the man from York. Very quick play, very fluent. Them darts go all over. Such a quick pace. Where's the man from Hartlepool? Full of confidence right now. A challenge to a winner recently, so confidence is high. Just didn't demonstrate all his qualities yesterday.
First leg, it's Martin to throw
Just feel
first.
if Rob Grundy can
Game
get the
on.
12 points, he'll begin to see that winning line. Whereas for Martin Turner, the rot has to stop right now.
And it has been rotten as well
100.
for Martin Turner today. He's only won 1 leg. Lost his opening game 4-1 to Scott Winder, then lost 4-0 to Carl Sneyd. And the doubles have kind of been a bit deserting for him as well. He's only hit 1 double
120.
in the 9 attempts that he's had. But there are so many question marks I can ask here for Martin Turner. Is his mind on the fact that he hasn't got through yet? and
100.
wants to finally put that one to rest and knew he came in a good position? Is his mind on potentially trying to get that England shirt? Is his mind on potentially being in Bridlington this weekend, which he will be there
58.
Sunday, but he might be there tomorrow as well if he can't find his way through to finals night.
Yeah, panic can set in, but the thing about the MODUS Super Series, you continue to get opportunities. Now, this final
45.
game, you won't want to be reminded of a 4-0 loss, but he's here back against one of his closest competitors in Rob Grundy. And there's, the chance, the opportunity is in his hands. He's not
60.
relying on others. He can still put himself in a fantastic position and be going into his last couple of games on 10 points. He has to remain
100.
positive.
$135. Martin, you require 156.
The 156, very simple, but very difficult to execute. But he's going to leave himself pretty.
140.
128.
Robbie, you require 128.
It's a tough finish for anybody. So he's starting on the treble 18 bed. He'll go back to treble 20 for the ball. Advantage Turner.
I'd like to say that this is better from Martin Turner, but he ran into one in his opening
56.
game. He averaged
Martin, you
97.71
require
in
60.
that 4-1 defeat. He's just re-finding
Game
that
shown
form
the
that he's shown
first
in that
leg.
opening game.
Martin
And
Turner.
if you can turn that into what he was doing yesterday, victories, he is still well and truly in this.
Second leg, it's Rob to
But not
throw
only would
first.
this be
Game on.
a sizable victory, in fact, of the points that he'll be putting on his own column, but it'll also be stopping one of his rivals from picking up some extra
59.
points. And for the first time in quite some time, we can say Martin Turner is back in that joint position.
100.
Yes, the abacus is out. The permutations are starting to kick in on for Rob Grundy. If he can just get himself to 12 points and distance 4 points away from Martin Turner, you'll feel that's another one out of the equation. Just when we started to doubt Martin Turner,
40.
that was a lovely first leg. It was a holder throw, but he's already stolen the throw from Rob in this one.
If you want things to get a little bit trickier at the moment, Scott Winder, man
125.
top of the table, he's coming up next, and he's going to be taking on Robert Thornton, who was just off your graphic there, sat on 8 points. We could end up at the end of this lap with 4 players
60.
tied, 10 points.
Yeah, you could expect that because Thornton has played Winder 4 times this week, and Robert Thornton's won all 4. This is the Martin Turner from yesterday. It's
140.
an easy throw, very appeasing on the eye, aesthetically pleasing. It's very simple, very rhythmical.
180. Martin, you require 136.
So despite the
46.
big call from Charlie Gorstafine, the 180, Rob Grundy, 162 is a non-finish. So Turner can be afforded the 1 slip, but he might not be afforded 2.
128.
Now all the pressure's on that big
Martin,
7
you
there from
require
Martin Turner on
90.
the setter play. 90 is also not very nice. Purely because of that, because of the odd number
82.
double there. He was super aggressive. He done
required
everything right. The
34.
execution was just a millimetre off. The lesser spot is 17. Doesn't even go. Be attempted. Big dart for Grundy.
18.
Being so strong with 1 dart in his hand.
Martin, you
A
require
chance for
8.
Turner for 2-0.
Game shot on the
He's
second
playing
leg.
himself back
Martin
into this
Turner.
tournament. If he'd lost this one, you'd probably have thought that that was him done. Losing 3
Third leg,
from
it's
3.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
This morning when I spoke to him, I says, you're on 8 points. You probably only need another 6. He goes, I want 10. He could still get
96.
those 6 points, which would give him the 14 points, which is roughly what you need to get through. We have seen players not get through on 14 points before. It's a
97.
very rare occasion.
Look, Martin Turner has this game, massive game. Totally agree with you. If he wins this game, he puts himself in a great position. And just a game's time,
125.
he then would play Jerry Hendricks. So you have to say he's all over the place right now. In the space of half an hour, Martin Turner could have gone from an also run to being
180.
It's only going to be done by his own brilliance. He's getting no opportunities here
94.
handed to him by Rob Grundy. This is one of them games that you're going to have to see out all the way through to the finish.
Yeah, Group A was tight. We had that incredible,
60.
and I say it again, incredible scenario with one leg to go. Robert Thornton, if he wins that leg, tops the group. If he loses the leg, he finishes in fourth place.
95. Robbie
That was
require
over 3 days of play.
164.
Group C is just beginning to look the same. A win here for Martin Turner and a win for Robert Thornton next. We'll have 4 players on 10 points with 2 matches each to play.
Well, it is the
57.
same, because if Robert Thornton wins his next game, he'll
Martin,
go
you
from
require
4th outside
91.
the top 3 to top of the table.
Now we're going to be looking at legs different, so a big win here for Martin Turner. A big 20 Healy's tops.
51.
Right now this
Robbie
107
require
is massive.
107.
Needs the treble. Can't find it. Big opportunity here for Martin Turner. He's got 3 darts for 3-0.
55. Martin, you require
Did
40.
we write him off too early? He's looked so good in this match so far. The dreaded double 5.
35.
Will he look back
Robbie
on that
require
moment?
52.
The difference between 3-0 and 2-1 in a best of 7, well, I don't need to elaborate.
Game shot on the third leg. Rob Grundy.
Rob Grundy does what he's been doing. Punishes. Martin Turner looking everywhere, but he's trying not to engage with
Fourth
Rob
leg,
Grundy.
it's Rob to throw first.
You
Game
see the
on.
frustration written all over him. Just felt a bit nervy, a bit edgy, that one for Martin Turner. He's playing the future, not the present.
And that edginess came from nowhere because he looked brilliant for 2 and
96.
3/4 legs there. By far their best player. Very simple throw, very effective, super quick. And then missed out at a double.
100.
As we look at Rob Grundy's throw, there's that elevation we've talked about, but he's just beginning to find that treble 20 bed.
140.
Yesterday was a difficult day for him, nowhere near his best. Maybe a throw that Matt can analyse.
100.
It's nice that you got the credit for Martin Turner, isn't it? Just the fact that you sat here, you could see something he was doing wrong in January.
95.
And for you to get the thanks for him winning the Isle of Man and the Welsh, 2 tough competitions, man. Very, very tough to win them both in the same year.
140.
Yeah, we just sat out in the
Robbie
seats
require
on Saturday night and had a
170.
bit of a chat. Dropped me a message after he won that. Straight away on Twitter to say thank you for the words. Just unlock things, it's all inside people.
140.
That was a
Martin,
strange
you
decision
require
on the last start there, Matt.
161.
I'm just automatically looking at the treble 18 there for Grundy.
90.
I can understand
Robbie
hitting the
required
treble 20 with your
30.
opponent on a single double finish, because this is tricky.
Game
But
shot
not
on
for
the
Grundy,
fourth
maybe
leg.
there was method in
Rob
his madness.
Grundy.
We're back
Fifth leg, it's
to a
Martin to
level
throw
game.
first.
13 darter
Game
there
on.
for Rob Grundy. And this is another good quality affair here. But you feel this
100.
is much more must win for Martin Turner.
$60.
And that was the problem yesterday, Matt. He was really dropping under that treble 20. It's a good miss for him, because that's where he wants to if he doesn't hit the treble.
60.
But he just wasn't getting that transition from just that ladder of success as what an understacker would do. So from there, he just wasn't able to then transfer it into the treble and just beginning to push his arm just a little bit too
85.
aggressively there. But today he's got that balance really good, and this game is anybody's right now.
60.
If you had to take your pick, you'd say that right now Rob Grundy is on the
140.
upwards curve. And he's trying to make a march. If he can break the throw here, he will be throwing for the match.
Yeah, I did write off Martin Turner too soon.
81.
Like I said, it's an opportunity for Rob Grundy to get to 12 points and 4 points ahead of the likes of Robert Thornton and Martin Turner, and will become a big favourite to qualify. He did promise me he was going to play better today, and boy is he.
140.
Playing better the longer this game goes. It's like he's really enjoying the battle.
60. Robbie
Yeah, when you get to your
requires
mid-40s
76.
and you know your successes start happening, he probably thought his real chances of top dart is over. But with darts like this, he's so good normally with that last dart, but not
60.
this time. Chance for Turner,
Martin, you
albeit an
require
outside chance.
140.
Now it's no chance. And the chance falls to Rob Grundy. The chance to break the throw and take the
44.
lead for the first time in this match.
Robbie
At
requires
probably
60.
the most crucial time.
He mustn't tighten up here.
Game
2-0
shot on the
down.
fifth leg.
Rob Grundy now
Rob
leads
Grundy.
3-2. The grenade is searching for one more leg. That carrot of getting be the first player to 12 points will continue to
leg, it's
show
Rob
the
to
in-play
throw
table
first.
without apology.
Game on.
But from players all being on 10 points, look at the difference there that them 3 legs have done for Grundy.
$140.
This is surely just a sign of that regular play at the highest level. Where you can just
100.
resist that sort of charge, where you don't panic. You can just find that composure to deliver your best when you need it.
Confidence for me, Matt. That's the thing with Rob Grundy now. He knows how to
58.
win games. That challenge to it, he was absolutely delighted to get. You know, it was one off the bucket list, he said. Now it's on to the next one. He wants to play better here at the MODUS Super Series.
140.
Yesterday was nowhere near his best. He's putting himself in a decent position, but he has the dart in this leg. And Martin Turner has gone ton 40. Has he stolen the darts?
98.
It's a great last one for Grundy, just to keep his head above the parapet.
And
44.
that puts Martin Turner in big trouble.
You feel it's Grundy's now to lose. 205. I was always thinking 105. Leave himself a 2-darter. Can he sit on top of that? No, he can't.
100.
What a dart that is. What a dart that final one was.
Feel that it's got to be 2 trebles here for Turner, and that's not one of them.
83. Robbie required
Time
105.
now on the hands of Rob Grundy. Or at least that's how he's going to
65.
feel about it.
Martin, you require
Martin Turner's got the
134.
capability here to hit the 2 trebles, to get a poke at the double. There's the 1. Good effort there for Martin
94.
Turner, but they might be the last darts that he throws in this
Robbie
match.
required 40.
For a famous comeback.
$20.
Chance for Turner. A chance
Martin,
I
you
feel he
required
thought
40.
was gone because Grundy did not look like missing. Double 10. Not
30.
to be. Rob Grundy just having that little bit of luck today, and that seems to be the
Robbie
difference for
required
him.
20.
Can he be the first player to go on to 12 points? He's geeing himself up. 3 darts. Is he feeling it? Absolutely he is. He takes his time and
Game,
executes
shot,
a double 10
and
for
the match.
a great
Rob
victory. A
Grundy.
2-0 down. Martin Turner's just beginning to show signs of his brilliant best, but Rob Grundy just has that winning mentality, that winning feeling at the moment, and to come back and see himself at the top of the table, the first player to reach 12 points. The Hartlepool man will be feeling really, really good about the situation. Big win there from the Rob Grundy, and next up it's another big game. It's an all-Scottish clash. It's Robert Thornton against Scott Winder.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It's Group C day, and it's very, very tight. And for the 5th time this week, the two people in your screen, both from Scotland. No introduction needed for that man, Robert Thornton, multi-major winner against Scott Winder on debut. He's just beginning to showcase his real talents. A terrific scorer. He's demonstrated them qualities throughout the week. He's beginning to improve his doubles. He's going to need to against Robert Thornton, who's had the better of Scott all week. They've played each other 4 times, and the head-to-head is Robert Thornton 4, Scott Winder 0. The man from Montrose has corrected a few wrongs from his Group A campaign. A very difficult
First leg, it's
Group
Robert
A
to
campaign,
throw
but
first.
he's right in the
Game
mix
on.
right now. He's in that qualifying position of second. And if he can just use every sinew of effort and get through and get by Robert Thornton in this game, which is easier said than done, him and Rob Grundy would have daylight.
121.
If this was a tournament, this would be the semi-final, you'd say, here for Scott Winder, because if he is to win here, will resist
40.
the charge of Robert Thornton and put 4 points between him and the rest of the pack with just 2 games to play. There are 2 points available for a win, so there'd only be 4 points
140.
available to get. So it would guarantee him to at least finish on the required points. He would just need to make sure with the legs.
Yeah, just the way the
59.
timetable's gone today. Scott Winder last played round about just over an hour ago with a 4-1 victory over Jerry Hendricks. It's what you do in that period there.
60.
Sure, he starts thinking he sees himself. For a while, he was sat on the top of the table. Now, this is a guy who was looking at himself at the bottom of the table all week in Group A. So he's had a lot of time to have a lot of
100.
thought process. That can have it positives and negatives. But as Matt alludes to there, this is a big opportunity. And when opportunity knocks, you've got to grab it with both hands. He's got to put every effort into this
60.
game.
I haven't been here all week like yourself, but you did mention earlier on that when opportunity is knocked and it's come close, that's
84.
when we've not seen the best
Robert, you
of Scott
require
Winder.
And you can see him
120.
just trying to release the tension in his arms there. Just when it comes to these moments, he got away with one with Jerry Hendricks, who wasn't at the races. You're not going to with this guy
60.
because Robert Thornton hasn't been at his best for whatever reason, but he just has a knack of qualifying for tomorrow night's finals. He's been there and done it. What's a big chance of the man from Montrose?
92. Robert, you require 60.
Did this earlier where he sort of blocked it and had to come round it. This time he's caught the flight
50.
and the switch wasn't there. An
you
opportunity that
require
Scott Winder probably didn't
126.
expect to have. He only needs the 1 treble here to get a shot at the ball. The ball.
101. Robert, you require 10.
Just so quick. I've sort of criticised a couple of things. That's a perfect marker, surely, for Thornton.
5.
Tell you what, when your luck's not in, that's how we'd be feeling right now. Sometimes you don't need commentary when Robert Thornton's playing because you see it evidently on his face and his demeanour.
Scott, you require
Chance
25.
for Winder.
Just taking his time, trying to compose.
Game
You've
shot the
criticised at
first
times that
leg.
it's been a bit too
Scott
quick
Winder.
at times. Not that time. Really composed and measured and gets a break of throw at the first
Second leg, it's Scott to
opportunity.
throw
He had to do it
first.
at some
Game
point
on.
in this match. So why not do it in the opening leg?
Interesting you say that, Matt, because with three darts in his hand, he realised on
98.
day one the importance of composure. The thing I'd like him to try now is when he's got the 1 dart in his hand.
83. $100.
Once again, his scoring is forte. He's just getting that balance right now. He's
96.
growing throughout the week. What a massive success it would be for Scott Winder to be there on Saturday night. I think he'd have laughed at you if you'd have said Wednesday afternoon. That would be the case because he had a dreadful time. But as I've said many times, I'm a big
79.
believer in a player's attributes and characteristics. And he had a big smile on his face. He said, look, I'm here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm not going to let it be a negative. And when he saw everybody on 0
80.
points in Group A, kicked on really well. He got an opening 2 points to start his campaign. I tell you what, he's delivering them promises. It's a really nice
60.
story for Scott Winder.
Robert Thornton starting to
require
react and bounce back
164.
after losing that opening leg. 5 missed starts at a double for Robert Thornton before Scott Winder picked his pocket. That would have been some different way to have won the leg. But the most important thing here for Scott is that he keeps winning the legs, and that is an absolutely perfect setup shot.
But how often does Robert Thornton do this?
62.
Yeah, I think even he felt that was going to go.
Scott, you required
With
32.
3 darts in his hand, Winder's showed incredible improvement this week. The Rob Crosser call is just touching his. You can see a little bit fidgety. Can he deliver?
16.
Why does that happen? Why
Robert,
does
you
that
require
happen?
40.
When you're a proven winner, you just seem to find that millimetre here and there. Or do we? He thought that was in. This is a big dart, Matt.
30.
Make that 9 missed darts for Robert
Scott,
Thornton.
you require 16.
He has had plenty of opportunities. You keep giving your opponent opportunities, they are going to punish you.
These are not good signs from Scott Winder. I mean, yes, you're feeling it, but you're also showing it to your opponent as well. Just believe.
Game shot on the
That
second
is
leg.
sweet as a
Scott
nod. He's telling him,
Winder.
calm down, Scott. You can do this. With Robert Thornton, you just can't take your eyes. Whether
Third leg,
he's
it's
throwing a
Robert to
dart or
throw
not, he is
first.
going through the ringer
Game
right
on.
now.
Robert Thornton will know. He's been here many, many times before. He knows if he is to lose this game, he is 4 points away
95.
with only 4 points still to play for.
Like you said, I thought you said it absolutely perfect. This is the semi-final. If Scott Winder wins this game, it's going to be a mighty shock not to see Grundy and
97.
Winder tomorrow night.
Well, Grundy and Winder have still got to play each other yet, so one of those will be
87.
guaranteed to go through with the points from that match.
Yeah, Scott Winder's last game, Carl Sneed. Will he still play a big role in this competition? Because usually by hook or by crook,
60.
Thornton makes a Saturday night. But he's making it very, very difficult right now.
And how much of this comes down to the week that he's had?
43.
He's been on the road for a week and a half doing the exhibition circuit 4 nights before even getting here. Travelling hundreds of miles. It's got to take its toll on you at some point
58.
where you just go to the well and you just ran out of fight.
Yeah, I remember when John
100.
Henderson made his debut here, fresh from Q School, a challenge to it. He looked exhausted that week. Because a lot of these players are exhausted after 5 or 6 days playing on the MODUS Super Series, so you want to come when the tank is
100.
full. And maybe Robert Thornton might look back as that being the deciding factor. He's looked fresh. He said in his interview this morning that he does feel better today. He's had a good night's sleep.
85.
And I tell you what, the ascendancy is with this man, Scott Winder. If he can get a 140 here, that would put an awful lot of pressure on that finish for Robert Thornton.
60. Robert, you require 91. Game shot on the third leg.
Just like we said
Robert
earlier on in the
Thornton.
day as well, you miss all those doubles, but when it comes to those combination shots, that's when you tend
Fourth
to
leg, it's
find...
Scott to throw first. Game on.
I mean, it's not great from Scott Winder either, 2 from 8. Just needs to just keep believing. That lack of belief is something I'm seeing.
59. 137. 60.
Well, it's safe to say Winder's not made his opportunities. They've been presented to him. He's capitalising on Thornton's mistakes, and that's a plan that's not going to work forever.
100.
Yeah, I think he'd be disappointed when he looks back at this game, because how often are you seeing Thornton average low 80s going into this leg? You have to grab them. This is what he was doing. Never doubted his scoring.
100.
Like I say, it's that first dart, and then it's like a roll-on process, his next two darts. Thornton just finds ways of winning, doesn't he? It's
100.
just what he's... I think he took his darts out there, Matt.
He loves being written off as well. He likes proving people wrong. So maybe what he was doing was just at that point thinking,
134. Robert, you require
they'll
164.
be writing me off now. They'll be thinking about Scott Winder. They'll be thinking about me being 4 points behind. Let me show them.
86.
The fact he's dominated Scott this
Scott, you
week as well, I
require
think that'll frustrate.
148.
This would be special. Very, very special.
82. Robert, you require
No
78.
guarantees here. Robert Thornton, 10% on the doubles. He's not even found the single 18. That means he needs a treble. Can't find it. Another
19.
big opportunity for Scott Winder. 66
Scott, you require
points to put himself a
66.
leg away from a sizable upset.
The fact that Robert's missed so many big numbers this week, that is not the first time. Usually on the 18s bed for 3-1, double 16.
34.
Wow.
Robert, you require 59.
He finds ways to win when he's nowhere near his best. He's
Game
2-2.
shot on the fourth
He's got
leg.
parity.
Robert
in
Thornton.
his C- game, but Scott Winder, what do you need to win this game? You've been presented with chances.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to
Chattering
throw
away
first.
to himself there. He
Game
knows.
on.
He knows he cannot believe he's had all these chances. He could have been walking off the stage. He's fidgety, he's warm, he's unsettled. And I think Thornton will sense that.
100.
I think Thornton would have sensed that when Scott Winder was throwing at the double to go 2-0 up. That was sort of the moment where he was giving away a lot of signs. You said, poker face.
It's amazing what you see when you're sat here, but when you're up there, you just don't realise what you're doing wrong. And
100.
if he just kept it so simple, Scott Winder. But it's easier said than done, because is it his biggest match of his life? He's here, he's always wanted to be here.
57.
Just looking at his record. You know, qualification on Saturday night, is that his biggest achievement?
Well, there's one thing we can say about him.
140.
He's certainly got plenty of fight about him, which is a very good quality to have. That's the first score he's had of a ton 40 or more.
Speaking of fight.
180.
Well, Robert Thornton's been one of the notorious fighters over the years, hasn't he?
41. Robert,
Turning
you
the
require
screw.
164.
6 starts away from a 3-2 lead. An unlikely 3-2 lead at one stage in this match.
60.
You could find another one of those 140s here. We may have wrote him off a bit too
100.
soon.
Robert, you require
But it's now though, Matt.
104.
I never had any doubt he can get to that and match Robert there. The better player from here on inwards for me is this man. He's going to get a dart for 3-2. Yes, that's in. That's double 16. That's not been his friend this
72.
week, but double 8 certainly has. And Winder with
Scott, you require
quite
120.
pessimistic about him. But he has the opportunity to shut me up. But stay straight on the first.
Going to try and work around that. He's got the option of bull if he really doesn't like that 20, but he's going to try and power past. Hits the barrel, goes in the 5, and Robert Thornton now
44.
looks like he's going to turn this one around from
Robert, you
2-0
require
down
32.
to 3-2 up.
Big 16 with the first start, double 8 with the second. That's been his ammo this week.
Wish you'd stop making predictions.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Robert Thornton.
We'll edit that, don't worry. Yeah, Scott's laughing and joking
Sixth leg,
there.
it's
but
Scott to throw first.
yeah, he knows.
Game
I
on.
think he's A missed opportunity here, Scott Winder.
Still time to put it right, but if he can't do so, Robert Thornton is going to leave him in the table, and maybe Dozer will get a prediction correct,
77.
because you did fancy Rob Grundy and Robert Thornton to find a way through this group.
Got to get something right this week, and Robert Thornton just has the knack of doing that, doesn't he?
93. 60.
He's back in.
99.
Just keep it simple like that, Scott. 100 ahead.
85.
Two players was chatted away the most. I was on the balcony last time they played each other, Matt, and I mean, we talked about when I played Robert Thornton at the Pro Tour, where there's
100.
no talking, no celebrating. And boy, he was in my ear throughout the whole game. It's just part of his DNA when he plays a game. Scott Winder, it must be a Scottish thing.
59. Scott, you require 132.
Well, I mentioned in the last leg he's got fight about him, and he's showing that quality again here. Didn't opt to go for the bull and 25 because he didn't need to. Was just trying to set him up on a one dart combo.
74.
Yeah, something that's very warm in there. It's conducive to a wonderful dart, and both just patting the head.
$137.
What a setup player there is.
Scott, you require 58.
What are you made of, Scott Winder? You know, doubles haven't been great in this match. Your clutch finish and haven't been your best this week, but this is the moment, young man. 2 darts at tops. You're doing everything right. Can you execute? Yes, you can. Watch that back, Scott Winder, because that's how you do a finish under that intense pressure. Another scenario here. He's played him 4 times already and lost 4.
Game on.
Does he look up to Robert Thornton too much? Is there too much respect from him?
Not right now. Right now, it looks like he wants to throw him off the stage.
85.
He is up for the battle. He's up for the fight. I like this.
Yeah, the mannerism, just touching. Just needs to manage that right now. And I'll tell you what, he's looking good because he's beginning to keep it simple. Ton, ton, ton.
The pace, the fluency, the aggression. Robert Thornton's going to try and control
41.
the situation here. He's going to try just easing it up a little bit. But with that, he's got to make sure the darts keep going as well. See there, that extra bit of a stride.
60.
Causes the waywardness, loses the weight of the dart.
Just get your darts out, Scott, and conserve energy. Is this the moment for Thornton? He just has the knack of doing it when he needs to at the best. He's found that treble the first time. He won at least a 140 after that first dart.
80.
Oh, I tell you what, he's had a couple of bounce out this game. Brand new darts as well, Robert.
I think we've seen experience here from Robert Thornton. We're seeing that stage presence. Just
100.
Trying to own it, dictate it, letting him bounce around. Again, just deliberate to the board.
The enthusiasm from Winder, fantastic.
140.
Just see Thornton just doing what he does. He's nowhere near his best. He's qualified for every Saturday night he's played, and usually with ease. He's doing it a little bit different this time. But Scott Winder is giving himself an opportunity because 155 would be a worldie. What a start. This, it would be some conclusion. Robert Thornton just finds his brilliant best when he needs to, and that is not done by accident. For Scott Winder, the disappointment you can see there, because it was a tale of missed opportunities there. The smile doesn't leave his face, but how does Robert Thornton continue to do that? Nothing to separate them in the numbers, but what an amazing conclusion that. 155, Robert Thornton is right in the mix. And next up, it's Martin Turner against Jerry Hendricks.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we are now 3 rounds down on our Friday afternoon. And what drama we saw before the break. Robert Thornton doing what Thornton does best. The guys in commentary commending his bottle, and he showed it in abundances there. A 1-5-5 to get the better of Scott Winder by 4 legs to 3. Elsewhere in that round of fixtures, well, Grundy got the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 2, and Carl Sneed beat Jerry Hendricks by that same scoreline. That means then, as far as the table is concerned, the 2 players that Glenn actually thought would make it through in Grundy and Thornton are now the top 2 in the table. 12 points for Grundy, 10 points for Thornton. Winder also on 10, which makes this game for Martin Turner against Jerry Hendricks oh so important. And down in the commentary box to describe it, Glenn is alongside Matthew Redker.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. It was almost the perfect day yesterday for this man. Martin Turner sat overnight top of the table, played absolutely beautifully. He was on his game where the other 5 weren't. For Jerry Hendricks, tough week at the office, Jerry. But you know what you need to work on.
First
it was all
leg,
about
it's
coming
Martin
here.
to throw first. Game on.
Excellently refereed by Charlie Costafine. And you just feel for Martin Turner. He's now a big outside of a qualification where he was a big favourite going into it. Does that mean he could just relax a little bit and play the darts that we saw
60.
yesterday, because he was outstanding?
$41.
You do sort of feel this is the right game at the right time here for Martin Turner, playing a man who's only picked up 1 win in this group campaign here in
45.
Jerry Hendricks. Because Martin Turner, at times, it's come across a little bit desperate.
And he seemed so confident this morning chatting with you, didn't he? That not only did he want qualification,
82.
but he wanted 5 wins out of 5. Yeah, it was bizarre to think that he's entered a competition elsewhere as well, and
43.
potentially out of here and onto a different competition. But that's darts, plan A, plan B, plan C. And I think all the plan A, B and C to Jerry Hendricks have gone out the window this week. He's pretty much relying on natural talent.
100.
Just hasn't worked for him this week. We've seen a few players in the ADC Europe come over, players we
45.
haven't seen for a while. Well, one of them actually won a week, Marino Michaels. You know, sort of the same type of story as the Sven Verdonks, the Jerry Hendricks, where they haven't been as prevalent on the circuit as previously, but have a great history. How would you assess what you've seen from Jerry?
121. Martin, you require
There's
154.
Real electric moments, but he's also been spraying a lot of darts, and the first thing to do is just get that vertical line right.
Jerry
get those
requires
darts going
72.
straight again.
Yeah, he just seems to have lost his spark, doesn't he? It's double 12.
Game
Moments
shot on
of
the
brilliance
first
of
leg.
Jerry Hendricks.
Jerry Hendricks.
You have to ask yourself, why does he look so good in that leg of darts and then be all over in the
Second leg,
A
it's
lot of the
Jerry to
game
throw
of darts
first.
is in
Game
the
on.
mind, the confidence, the mindset, the focus, the desire, the want. And if you put all that in a mixing bowl,
30.
And sometimes when the weight of the situation comes on you, some people don't want to fight. Some people just want to roll over.
140.
We're not seeing that from anyone in this group so far. Everyone battling for every scrap.
96.
Jerry Hendricks can't qualify. In all likelihood, he is bottom of the table.
40.
He's still up there trying to upset the apple cart, trying to stop Martin Turner from being able to qualify. If that happens, he'll be out of here. He'll be in his car. He'll be taking a 6-hour drive up to Bridlington. That's not for a stick of rock and to go on the speedboats, because he'll be off to the British Classic and British Open.
83.
Yeah, that flight set up the way he holds a dart for Martin Turner. That was a good angle. We can see how his dart going in. Very traditional from Jerry Hendricks. The way it sits up, looks like quite a long dart that Jerry throws. But yeah, this is not the player who was on the hockey yesterday.
85. Jerry, you require
desperately disappointing day so far.
$96. Martin, you require 153.
Cool, calm and collected from Jerry Hendricks and that erratic player we've spoken about so much.
125. Jerry, you
easing
require
himself
40.
right now.
By far the best performance so far we've seen of him. On both sides of the screen.
Game shot
By
on the
both
second
sides of
low.
the screen, I mean
Jerry
where the darts are
Hendricks.
landing, but also in his demeanour. How he's moving around, the
Third leg, it's
confidence he
Martin to
seems to
throw
have
first.
right now, which
Game on.
seems completely void when we see Martin Turner come to the hockey.
85.
A loss here for Martin Turner, quite simply. It's a 3-horse race for 2 places. But this is a remarkable turnaround here from Jerry Hendricks. Where have you been all week, Jerry?
180. $81.
Martin Turner has had a good year. He knows how to win. He's had those titles. He's also picked up a good pairs
65.
title up. Picked that up with Darren Johnson.
Honestly, Matt, the stories I got from Darren Johnson, Dave
59.
Ladley, Simon Craven, Sean Matthews about Martin Turner. We chatted about a few of them yesterday, but a real character. The accident-prone Martin Turner.
180.
I had a bit of a faux pas myself. I was looking for the guitarist, Jerry Hendricks, until I realised it's Jimmy.
100. Jerry requires 76.
He's got time, despite the fact he hasn't thrown first in this one. Gonna get 4 darts here at the double.
Game
He
shot on the
only
third
needs the
leg.
1.
Jerry Hendricks.
Where has this Jerry Hendricks been, he'll be wondering. But what positive
Fourth leg,
vibes
it's
to
Jerry
leave
to
him.
throw
One thing
first.
this will do is
Game
this will
on.
make him hungry. This will make him know that he's still got it in the locker. It's still inside him. And this is going to make him want to go home and want to start
55.
practicing.
Focus, calmness, assured. That's the performance I'm seeing from Jerry Hendricks.
96.
I think something you touched on. He threw some darts in a couple of the games where it was erratic. Did he want to be on there?
100.
Did he want to be on there? Great analogy. because
55.
There's been times here where it's looked like he just wanted to get off the stage and go home. Right now, it looks like he doesn't want to be anywhere but he wants to run the gauntlet. He wants to stay up there and say, right, who's next?
100.
Beautifully thrown darts. Just sitting back and enjoying it. And I think when you sit in this seat and you see him throw that first dart, you see the journeys of players, the ups and
60.
the downs, the trials, the tribulations that they all go through. You know, there's times I felt sorry for Jerry. This is the Jerry Hendricks I remember.
180.
Take a bow, young man. Take a bow.
He might not take the bow, but he'll probably take the points.
100. Jerry
66
requires
away
66.
from his second victory of this group.
For a whitewash win.
48.
Well, he's got plenty of time. Martin Turner back on 190. Can only set it up and then hope that Jerry Hendricks is not able
58.
to get himself
Jerry
over the line.
18.
Now, he's not used to that winning feeling. He's had a couple of missed starts already.
Game, shot,
But Jerry
and the
Hendricks,
match.
that
Jerry
was
Hendricks.
sensational. It's been an incredibly difficult week for you, but that's what you can do. When the belief is there, when you are cool, calm and collected, like his mother said overnight, just enjoy it, Jerry. Well, not only did Jerry Hendricks enjoy that, the commentary box absolutely did as well. Fair play to the man as we move on to the next game. It's the return of Robert Thornton against Carl Sneed.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play, play safe at Bet365.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just witnessed a real masterclass of darts from Jerry Hendricks. I can honestly say that's the first time I've said that for Jerry this week. He's had a very, very difficult week, but fair play to him. That was fantastic to see. It was a big, big win for the man from Holland. But now it's all about this man, Robert Thornton. He's been in sticky positions this week, but he's in a good position right now. But he mustn't write off this man. I admire this player very much, despite the fact he's just not getting the successes. Carl Sneed from Oldham. Only sat on 6 points there, but I think when he looks back and reflects on the week, he'll be slightly disappointed where Robert just seems to find ways of winning. He's been in
it's Carl
difficult
to throw
positions.
first.
No
Game
more than
on.
in his last game with Scott Winder, but found the most sensational, sublime 155 finish. Treble 20, treble 19, double 19. Is he going to take that real good feel factor onto this game, Matt?
You mentioned the last time Robert Thornton was on the
60.
stage that he just seems to find a way to get through. It doesn't matter how it is. It's either pretty or ugly, but he seems to find a way through regardless.
26.
This has been more workmanlike from Robert Thornton. It's not been the Robert Thornton that's picked up all those titles on TV over the years.
100.
But again, I go back to what he said to me in Skegness last week when I said to him, Robert, I'm going to be there on Saturday night calling the finals.
93.
What can you tell me about it? And he says, it's about time I won one.
And sometimes he's qualified very comfortably and gone into Saturday night as a real big favourite, whereas this time, if he does qualify, still an awful lot to play for with a tough game here. And Scott Winder right behind him. And Scott Winder's up next, and got to be a decisive game, isn't it? Rob Grundy versus Scott Winder coming up next. So I guess the next 20 minutes, half an hour, going to be really important, and we could see the pattern of how this Group C campaign's going to end.
100.
He has to get himself in a difficult situation
101.
before he produces his best start. But Carl Sneed, yeah, that would have been for a 15-darter when you leave
41.
101 after
Robert
12.
requires 62.
Chance for Thornton for a break, a throw.
Game shot on the first
I feel
leg.
he'd be more
Robert
comfortable at the top
Thornton.
end of the board. It wasn't something he would have planned as a switch, but it
Second
certainly
leg,
worked
it's
out
Robert to
better
throw
for him.
first. Game on.
Just the reaction, though. This is a man that's a world master, a Grand Prix champion, a UK Open champion, a World Senior champion back-to-back. And here he is. I think this is priority number one in his career right now. He wants to
85.
right some wrongs here at the MODUS Super Series. A big prize on offer. $5,000 to the winner this week. Put yourself into Champions Week. Week
100.
6 of the 12. And the winner of that, 20,000 quid. What would you do with 20 grand, Matt?
I would get it out in £10 notes.
55.
And then I'd sit and count it.
Certainly won't be going to the bar, that's for sure.
60.
And the thing is, when you've been away like Robert Thornton has, you don't mind being
60.
away for a long period of time from home and from the family. And when you go home and you've had a big prize fund, you go, yes, I've been away for a couple of weeks, but at least it's worth it.
100.
You sort of feel that if Robert doesn't make Saturday night and give himself the opportunity of taking that big prize pot home, it's probably going to feel like a disappointment. He'll probably feel like he's been away for all that time for no real reward
55.
as such.
Yeah, the exhibition circuit's fantastic. It's the cherry on the cake for professional dart players. I mean, we all love to do that, but really,
100.
it's a difficult transition from the exhibition circuit onto here. However, some of them games between Gerwin Price and Michael van Gerwen in the past fortnight, you must have just sat back and enjoyed them, because it's no exhibition when them two play each other. They both wanted to win, didn't they?
46.
Oh, exactly. And you get different
Carl, you
dynamics like
require
that. Like
141.
when I'm going to slap you up next year as well.
Yes, there's rumours I'm going to be playing you, beating you on a regular basis on the exhibition circuit.
97.
Looking good for 1-1 here for Sneed.
80. Carl, you require
Big
44.
last start. It was an ironic clap there from Thornton, as if to say, where was you earlier?
Yeah, he has those little idiosyncrasies, doesn't he, Thornton? It's one of my pet hates, the clap. He's spraying these about. Double 7.
30.
Robert Thornton in the church building looking for divine
Robert,
intervention
you require
behind.
120.
Well, he's got the chance, and it's Shanghai. Going to get a dart to tops. How many times have we said that in our darting life? Thornton for tops.
Game
How
shot
does
on
he
the
do it,
second
Matt?
leg. Robert Thornton.
How does he do it? Where does he find? He was never in that leg of darts. Carl Sneed then messed about on the finish.
Third leg, it's Carl to throw
Difficult
first.
tops.
Game on.
Go figure.
I mean, Carl Sneyd, when you watch that back, he was nowhere near any of the targets he went for. I'd
81.
be mightily disappointed with that and giving Thornton that opportunity. And one thing I've learned over my 11 years or so of knowing Robert Thornton is don't give him opportunities.
Especially on
121.
tops. In the space of the last 20 minutes, that 155 finish, that 120 finish there, both in legs. You know,
40.
when he needs it most, he just seems to find it. And that's a good trait to have when it comes to tomorrow night, when it feels more like a knockout basis tomorrow. We'll have the crowd. And you can join us by simply scanning that QR code. Here's a small booking fee.
30.
We'll come and make it extra special here. There should be a good crowd, some good players here this week. I'm trying to pick a winner. Berry Van Pia is the only player at the moment who's going to guarantee to be there. And he's challenged to a number 1 at the
83.
moment.
Say about picking a winner. You won't be far wrong going Barry Van Peer. The amount of stuff he's been winning, he even won the Dutch Open.
134.
An event that has over 5,000 entries.
60.
Dutch Open attendee.
I only went once, and if you remember, I'd just beaten Mark McGeaney in the Lakeside final. And we played pairs.
41.
And then we found ourselves on the Sunday night playing each other in the final again, literally 2 weeks after the Lakeside final. And I knew I was about to lose my flight. I missed my flight. And when I've watched that game back, you can see me looking at my watch.
97.
Phenomenal competition. You have to really experience that. You didn't really enjoy it, did you?
No, I wasn't a fan. Wasn't a fan.
57.
Too busy for me.
Carl, you require 140.
I suppose in your exhibitions, you're only used to about a dozen people. Well, Sneed is normally used to hitting big finishes like this.
Game
Where
shot on the
has
third
that come
leg.
from, Carl
Carl
Sneed?
Sneed.
All of a sudden, big finishes.
Fourth
He's
leg,
a
it's Robert
state
to
at the
throw
MODUS Super
first.
Series. Usually from
Game
that man
on.
there. Not a flicker of emotion there as Carl Sneed went to throw first. Carl Sneed got himself up from the floor there.
140. 60. 46. 59.
Just a little quiet here now, but Thornton, 60 ahead plus these, just seems to have the knack with the timing, doesn't he?
136.
Carson didn't capitalise after that fantastic 140 finish there. Slow start in this leg. Scores are 60 and 59.
140.
That's better. Just gives him an outside chance. Just a little reminder to Thornton that he's still in this leg. One treble you feel here from Thornton. Doesn't get it,
59.
but guess what he leaves?
It's crazy when you think over the years of
100.
big top hitters like
Robert, you
Thornton. Why
require
didn't he go 3 tops and then
120.
Jose actually went and did it? Thornton will give you the more conventional route. Can he do it for a second time in this
shot on
game?
the
Of course
fourth
he
leg.
can.
Robert Thornton.
This is a game full of big finishing. And anytime Robert Thornton's got a dart at tops, you've got to
Fifth leg,
fancy
it's
him
Carl
to take
throw
it out.
first.
And I was about
Game
to say, I
on.
thought he should have stepped to the right-hand side of the jockey there for that top. So there was more to see, but he's an outstanding player. Even when he's not at his best, it's
140.
It's fantastic to have an A game, isn't it? I think most players have got that in their armory, but to win with your B game, your C game at
121.
times as well, that's the tenacity, the fight that you need if you're going to be successful in this game.
119. 28.
Massive game coming up here as we look at the in-play table. Look who's all of a sudden gone top.
39.
Look at the game that's coming up next. Rob Grundy, Scott Winder, head-to-head coming up after this match.
As a neutral,
70.
a Scott Winder victory over Rob Grundy would make it also interesting going into the final set of games, all on 12 points. Wowza.
That's where leg difference would really come into play.
And you would say Grundy and Thornton would have the ascendancy there, but if Winder can beat Grundy, that would change because there's not a
59.
lot between that. So a massive, massive game after this one. If Thornton can see out this match, looking good for 3-2, however, for Sneed here.
96.
6 stars
Cole,
from
you require
144. His to lose
144.
from here.
Nearly another. We've already had 3 big finishers, 2 120s from Robert Thornton and a 140 from Sneed. But there's going to be some pressure on it this time.
150.
Perfect setup play.
Cole, you require
from
24.
Robert Thornton, a huge 150. This goes. Oh, it's game over, you feel.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Goes, it does.
Carl Sneed.
And we go on. Robert Thornton will have the advantage of throwing this leg. This will be the one that he'd have earmarked.
6th leg, it's Robert to
point
throw
of going
first.
3-1 up.
Game on.
This would be the leg where he thought he could wrap things up.
Interesting enough, this time yesterday, the score was Carl Sneed 3, Robert Thornton 1. Robert Thornton fought back to win 4-3.
134.
60 seconds ago, it was Robert Thornton 3, Carl Sneed 1. Sometimes karma can come back, and can Carl Sneed? I wonder if that's on his mind right now.
82. 60.
Oh dear. He had 120. He threw a dart and ended up with 60. The third dart has knocked the second one out the board. And they were so tightly compact together.
43.
But no dramas. Total and utter control right now.
122.
Why didn't he stay there? You want the 170?
Maybe he wanted to finish with the fanfare. Knows we've been asking for the big finish
100.
down here. Wanted to provide it.
$105.
Exceptional.
$60. Robert, you require 80.
For the match. Just double checking this. He doesn't need to go 25, but you may see him go treble 17. So a big 18 puts himself into pole position.
23.
And honestly, Matt, if I said that's the 10th time he's missed a big 18 this week, would you believe me?
I would. It's getting a bit sloppy.
60.
One place he's not sloppy, though,
Robert, you
is at the
require
very top of the
57.
board.
Game,
Thornton
shots,
goes
and the
top.
match. Robert Thornton.
Once again, the timing for Robert Thornton was absolutely perfect. It was comfortable in the end for Carl Sneed. He's putting himself in good position, just can't see out games right now. But Robert Thornton, he's just putting the afterburners on just at the right time. And once again, it was all about the checkouts. A sublime 140 from Carl Sneed, but a couple of Shanghais there from Robert Thornton. He moves on to 12 points, and we've got an absolute blockbuster coming up. It's second v third. It's Rob Grundy versus Scott Winder.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
And welcome back to the MODUS Super Series pivotal moments. That is Scott Winder, and he is sat perfectly placed in third place against the very impressive Rob Grundy today, sat in second place. And both have just witnessed Robert Thornton go top of the table. He's now all of a sudden looking good, but a win for that man here will put himself in a fantastic position. He will feel unassailable. Scott
First
Winder
leg, it's Rob to throw
bit
first.
of everything this week.
Game on.
But he's also flattered to deceive in the really big games. Will that trend continue? And I'm joined by Matthew Edgar. And we're witnessing some fantastic darts right now, Matt.
95.
At the business end of it all as well, this is the time where people can get a bit timid, they can get a bit shy, they can start to wilt under the pressure a
58.
little bit, but not this group. This group's starting to give us the very best.
Yeah, quite simply a victory here for Rob Grundy. And we'll be seeing him here on Saturday night. It will put him on to 14 points.
96.
And the best Scott Winder can do is 12 points after this. So you feel it's a bigger game for this man. And for the neutral, a victory for Scott Winder means that we go into the last
58.
set of games with all players on 12 points. Robert Thornton, Robert Grundy, and Scott Winder.
Although it's not in, that's an ideal dart for him to stack on top, and that's why that frustration's come in, because it's such a
42.
wayward dart. That's maybe the first sign we've seen of the distress signals here from Rob Grundy.
He just seems to be messed about with his
97.
eyes, doesn't he? I don't know. Don't know if he wears contacts or anything like that, Rob, but he's patting away at the eyes. We did talk about time. It doesn't seem to be bothering him too much. We get to a stage where you're just working on muscle memory, isn't it? And
just on feel, isn't it? A lot of people play on feel now. Our
47.
world champion and world number
Robbie
one, Michael
Require,
Smith, plays
88.
completely on feel. Had time there, so didn't need to go 18 ball.
64.
Sometimes you get a little flicker in the eye as well, which is down to stress.
100.
he doesn't have that sort of
Robbie Require,
personality, does
24.
Robbie. Big believer in his own ability. Just sucks the air in. Exhale equals confidence.
Game
Double
shot on
six
the
it is.
first
Good
leg.
start from Rob Grundy.
Rob Grundy. Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $60.
Yeah, Scott Winder, Matt, put himself in some good positions this week, but just on them very big games. This final game yesterday against Martin Turner, real opportunity to be in front overnight, and lost 4-0. That game with Robert Thornton, he had
81.
opportunities. He knew a win over Robert Thornton would put him in prime position for qualification. So just when he needed to rely on his ability at the most, he's flattered to deceive.
But I think it's fair to say he's looked like he's belonged here.
100.
first goal is always getting to an event or to a goal that you've got in mind. Then you always want to feel like you belong, feel like you're a part of it, rather than you're just there to take part and sort of be an also-ran. He's had opportunities here to put himself into the top 2. He still can. But he does feel here that Rob Grundy
93
is making a move, and we know off a recent form of that Challenge Tour win that the ceiling's probably a bit higher for Rob at the moment.
Yeah, a guy who's been a tremendous player for a decade, but just
85.
unable to travel. He's 1-5. The fact is, I bothered him a good thing, because it takes away any nerves in the game, doesn't it?
Yeah, it deflects
58.
the problem, doesn't it? And it just sort of gives you something different to concentrate on that's not the game. The brain can't concentrate on that many things all at once.
Treble 18's a shot.
138.
He's a two-darter. Whatever problems he's having, he's doing a very professional job here so far.
134. Robbie requires 60.
This would be a breaker throw. Job done for Windy. Sets that up nicely to leave a two-darter. And the fact he throws the flatty means he can see tops perfectly. Big dart in this match.
50. Scott, you require 56.
Despite coming across second best at the moment in this match, it could be level.
46.
And there's those opportunities that he had against Robert Thornton and couldn't capitalise on them. He's had some
Robbie
more
required
here.
10.
Certainly doing well to carve out his chances. But that's the difference between the levels.
Yeah, but this is not easy.
Game
He
shot on the
made it look
second
easy.
leg.
2-0 to
Rob
Grundy.
Grundy.
Exactly what the doctor ordered for Scott Winder. Once again, the opportunities are presenting them.
Third leg, it's Rob to throw
Just not
first.
grabbing them, is he?
Game
That's,
on.
for me, the conclusion of his week. Good scorer, great personality, enjoyed the experience. But when he needed his attributes and skills at the most, he just fell short.
45.
I used to have a player in our Super League team. When he scored a 180, he'd pick his darts out. When he scored
60.
45, he'd hold his shoulder. It gets the sense out of Rob Grundy here. If he can somehow stop that irritation. Easier said than done. Maybe he should have just bathed his eye before he come out.
58.
I don't know if he wears contacts or something like that, because that would irritate, wouldn't it?
97.
Can only speculate here at the moment. Sure, if he gets through, we'll get the lowdown.
138.
Here's that fight once again
96.
here from Scott Winder. He's one of them players that doesn't know when he's beat, which as a player is really irritating.
He's just enjoying it, is the thing for me.
100.
Like I said, he's externally just enjoying it. I just think a little bit of experience here or there. I mean, he should have been
100.
represented Scotland last
Robbie
year.
required
Finished
160.
third in the rankings, but didn't get picked to play for Scotland. That would have been good experience in coming to something like this. So you feel it's his biggest week of his darting life so far, and he has to be commended on some of the successes. But I think when he looks back, he'll think, do you know, I could have
100.
and should have qualified.
Scott, you require 148.
Been in his hands, which is what you want as a player.
That would have been a real Hail Mary.
44.
Not to be. Grundy looking good for 3-0.
Robbie requires 60.
Once again, it'll be the flatty with the first dart. And the beauty of the way he sees it, doesn't have to move, sees the dart perfectly well.
Game shot on the third
3-0 to
leg.
Grundy.
Rob Grundy.
He is a leg away from automatic qualification.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
You feel that Robert Thornton is also a fan
100.
here of Rob Grundy.
I'm just sort of looking at the numbers there. Even if Scott Winder loses this game 4-0, he's going to be sat in 0 points. Even a loss for Robert Thornton. It's going to take a big loss for Thornton and a big win for
60.
Winder to qualify.
Well, Winder wouldn't be able to qualify if he loses this game 4-0 because it'll knock him down to 0
81.
legs. And Thornton loses 4-0. Winder wins 4-0. It's not a big enough swing. So Rob Grundy wins this leg. And that's job done. We know who's going through.
140. 60.
I think Robert Thornton may just have become aware of that situation as well,
57.
because I'm starting to hear his voice once again.
Starting to hear it. It started at 9:30 on Monday morning.
90.
He wants this game over and done with, Grundy. He knows he'll get qualification, but he'll have to go and do something with that. He'll try and find out exactly what is wrong.
100.
It's not doing him bad, is it?
Scott, you require 170.
The other big thing here is if Rob Grundy hits this
80.
1-4-4 finish, Glenn Durrant has called something right for the first
Robbie
time this
require
week.
144.
Pundit of the year? I think he can barely. I'm just assuming that ball is going to be so blurry. But it's looking good from here up. Not to be. 84.79 left. We really could. I don't think it's the time for treble 13. So 19s, even the single would leave a 2-darter.
84.
90.
Scott,
Never
you
the
require
easiest. You're
90.
thinking of the bullseye finish here.
$70. Robbie requires 60.
We're seeing the beginning of the end. Two data tops. And we will
Game,
see
shots,
Rob Grundy
and the
and
match.
Robert Thornton
Rob
on
Grundy.
Saturday night on what's been an exciting Group C campaign. And Rob Grundy had his own problems there, seeing out with that eye, but for Scott Winder, just right at the end, he just couldn't succeed. It's been an interesting week for Scott Winder. He will play one more game, but the two big favourites of the group, Rob Grundy, Robert Thornton, they move to Saturday night, and it is actually Robert Thornton up next against Martin Turner.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Hello again, everybody. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where before the break, Rob Grundy got the better of Scott Winder by 4 legs. Now, let's see what has happened so far this afternoon. So, Grundy a 4-0 victor against Winder there. Prior to that, Robert Thornton got the better of Carl Sneed by 4 legs to 2. And Jerry Hendricks, so a fantastic performance there against Martin Turner, the player who was top of the table overnight, out of contention. We now know the 2 players who have made it through 2 finals night from the group, because the table now tells us that Rob Grundy and Robert Thornton have both qualified for tomorrow night's final. Scott Winder had a really good Group C campaign, but that comes to an end there. Right, game 13 sees Robert Thornton in action. He takes on Martin Turner, who after this game is going to be making the trip up to Bridlington, but we're going to be heading down to the commentary box and to Glenn and to Matt.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, it's group done, dusted, sealed. We know the 2 players going through, Rob Grundy and Robert Thornton, the 2 Robs. Robert Thornton seems to find a way through at all costs. And that was actually the Glenn Durrant prediction as well. Got something right for a change here in the punditry, but Robert Thornton still got an opportunity to win this group, and that will bring with it its own pride and its own stake. And we say often here on commentary or in punditry that the main thing is just to qualify. But I've been in this position.
First leg, it's Robert to throw first.
Not too long ago
Game
in a Group
on.
B, and when I got to this point, all I thought about was winning the group, and Robert Thornton is built of the same breed. He won't want to go through as the group runner-up. He's going to want to win this group. He's going to want to compound the miserable day that Martin Turner's had. Yet to pick up a victory for the man who opened today, top of the table.
Yeah, one frustrated man in your picture right now, because Martin Turner, we
81.
waxed lyrical about him yesterday because he was just head and shoulders the best player. He was a little bit disappointed, didn't get the 5 out of 5, but you know, he laid himself a
60.
fantastic foundation of 8 points, but just a rubbish day for him. He wish he could walk in again and open up the show against Scott Winder, because that 4-1 defeat in the
95.
opening game of the day, I think that just left him a little bit shell-shocked. I think he fancied that 4-pointer. He beat Scott Winder so easily in the last game yesterday.
98.
But that loss just was compounded with a defeat soon after as well to Carl Sneed, and it just went downhill after that, Matt.
134.
It's been his finishing today. That's been the big problem. He's had a couple of opportunities, just not been able to take them.
121.
Do you think Thornton realises qualified?
I do, yeah. I think Robert Thornton's the type of person that is aware of how the Super Series works now. He's one of the most
30.
experienced players in
Robert,
this
you
room.
require 99.
He'll be well aware of the fact that he's already in.
Can he put a flake on it? No, he can't.
39. Martin, you
I think he'd
require
tell you otherwise.
161.
Well, interesting. He said on the Group A campaign he had no idea. As Turner looks at this 161, he had no idea what the scenario was going into it, because that was
Robert, you
the
require
most incredible
60.
ending of the week so far. This time it's to the right.
40.
And how much adrenaline is going through that body right now. If he does know
Martin,
he's
you require
qualified.
24.
Whereas Turner,
Game
a
shot on the
frustrated
first
man.
leg. Martin Turner.
That's what he can do. Martin Turner will have a long drive now to Bridlington.
Second leg,
He'll be
it's
playing
Martin
in the
to
British
throw
Open
first.
and British Masters.
Game on.
Can he add the Isle of Man titles, the Welsh Open title, to one of them ones? Bridlington was always one of my favourite events.
60.
But only because I lived an hour away. And an army of idiots. We absolutely loved our weekend in Bridlington. It was our real
85.
Beano of the year.
Used to be my holiday destination as a child as well. Used to go fishing off the wall and go on the speedboat
96.
rides, and lovely place.
I was more of a Primrose Valley man, but yeah, good luck to a lot of my Super League team, the Carl Colemans, the Jamie Durrants of this world, and Dennis Coleman as well.
125.
About time you got it one, Dennis. Very simple throw, hasn't he? Just brings that arm. Super simple, a lot of power going through it, and I just think the darts work perfectly well for him. Whereas that throw, why has he had longevity? Because that throw
55.
hasn't changed ever since I first met him in 2007 at the World Masters.
65.
Just not to be today for Martin Turner. Penny for your thoughts, Martin.
I think he's going to be ultimately frustrated, but
62.
on the same aspect, he's got that nice fallback of being going up to Bridlington, and this is one of the things with darts now. You don't have to dwell on things too long. I remember an interview you did at Lakeside where it got a lot of views
60.
on YouTube, and it was all because it was so far away before the next big event for yourself that it felt like the end of the world almost.
148.
Yeah, I dominated.
Martin,
That
you
was the
require
disappointment. I dominated
124.
the world of BDO darts, and then to have that disappointment at Lakeside. Just like the disappointment there for Martin Turner. 1-2-4, he needed a treble 20.
28.
Don't often see Robert Thornton on
Robert,
double
you require
13.
26. Game shot on the second leg. Robert Thornton.
What's your stance on that then? Because obviously he was mightily disappointed with losing that match, and then you had
Third
to
leg,
do the
it's Robert to
interview.
throw
I'm guessing you didn't
first.
get long
Game
between
on.
the match ending and the interview, and we've seen some really questionable interviews when the loser's been interviewed. Do you agree that they shouldn't be, or
137.
does it just make really good TV?
Yeah, if you want a reaction, then, you know, that was what it was all about. That it was...
60.
I'd literally had my head in my hands, and then went Glen TV, and I think it was on a national station at the time, and Rob Walker, you know, the snooker
81.
guy, very touchy-feely, trying to, you know, just like, oh, get off me, and just ask the question. And yeah, it was an interview.
41.
I wish I could have done a little bit better, but that's how I was feeling at the moment, Matt.
$140.
Get off YouTube and stop watching it. That was him sniggering in the background.
28.
No sniggering from
Robert, you require
Martin Turner right now. It's
143.
like a comfortable leg of darts here for Robert Thornton.
83.
How many times are players leaving 60?
$140. Robert, you require 60. Game shot on the
How does
third
he do
leg.
it?
Robert
I mean,
Thornton.
that is not ideal the way that first dart. I guess it's just repetition, the years and years of
Fourth
finishing
leg,
on
it's
20
Martin to
tops,
throw
20
first.
tops.
Game
That's what
on.
he does so well.
I would love to know what you could see of that as well, because the flight would have blocked up most of the eyesight of it. But again,
91.
as a player, you know sometimes you can't see things, but you just know where it is. You got that feel.
125.
Martin Turner, if he is off to another competition, how do you think he assesses his feast or famine?
140.
I think he's going to assess it disappointed, but at the same aspect, when he gets to Bridlington, in this room,
63.
there's probably not much in terms of respect for reputation. I think when you get to Bridlington, he'll probably be seeded. He knows he's got those titles.
180.
He'll probably get a little bit more respect from the room for what he's done, rather here where it's like, I just want to beat you.
Yeah, and also we talk about Martin Turner,
31.
you automatically think of
Martin, you
Dave
require
Ladley,
90.
Daz Johnson, and Sean Matthews of this world. So he'd be with people he likes as he looks at double 18. He doesn't like that.
I've seen them guys
58.
on the tour. I think saying that they like each other sometimes is a bit of a stretch.
Just a wind-up city with them guys, isn't it?
45.
Well, it's no joke for
Martin
Turner right now. He's
required
2-1 down,
32.
but looking good for parity.
No score.
That first dart should have been perfect there for Martin Turner, but just shows that it's almost like he's throwing every dart differently.
Polar opposite to yesterday. That's why we love this game
99.
of darts, isn't it? It's just
Martin, you require
how can you be
32.
so brilliant one day and then struggle for a double the next?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Martin
Deservedly,
Turner.
it's 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Robert to
When
throw
you're in this
first.
position, man, I was
Game on.
intrigued when you were saying you want to finish top of the group. Are you wary about the semi-final draw, the Group 1, Group 2 on Saturday night? Are you wanting to avoid Bury Van Peer, who topped Group
41.
A, etc.?
When I was doing it, I genuinely didn't know what poll it would have put me in or who was qualified in other things. Because when you're playing in Group B, you don't watch Group C.
140.
And you might know who got through Group A, but you don't really know who's where. But I think the best time to play
96.
Bury is early, because it's almost like getting a free shot. If you play him later on, you've got to win or you're out. Where early on, you've got an opportunity to take him out. And if he does beat you, you've still got a chance to get yourself through again and then try again later on in the night.
Yeah, there was some terrific darts last night as well. Let's not discount Paul Hogan. I mean, Chaz
57.
Barstow looked like a dream last night at times, but then come up short against Paul Hogan, who looked brilliant, who then come up short against Adam Hunt, who averaged over 100 round about 1 o'clock last night. So warmed up nicely for a fantastic Saturday night, as it always here at the MODUS Super Series. I'm a bit disappointed to be missing
57.
it. I'm off to Wigan
Martin
for the Women's Series.
127.
And Scott Mitchell will be in my chair tomorrow. Make sure you swap them.
71.
Don't know who'd swap chairs around.
Looking good for Turner here. This would be a breaker throw.
84.
And a win here
Martin,
for Martin Turner would guarantee
56.
Rob Grundy topping the group. He messed about with doubles a little bit in the last leg.
36.
And just 2 from 10 ratio, but he has got the lead. And look what Robert Thornton's left.
Sloppy dart with the last ones. Cost him an opportunity here at a finish. Doesn't matter what the chance is, you just always want that chance, that opportunity. Look at the 155 he took to actually win the match.
Martin, you required 20.
In his last Ableton.
I think it tells me he knows the situation.
Yeah,
That
Sean the
intensity is
fifth
not there
leg.
from Thornton
Martin
right now.
Turner.
And Martin Turner, the steam will be coming out of his ears really, because he didn't give himself a chance for qualification today, and it all
Sixth
stemmed
leg, it's
from that
Martin to
opening
throw
loss
first. Game on.
to Scott Winder. Who do you find? Will you stop looking at that
80.
video, by the way? He's looking at my interview of a loss that I had once with a real giggle on his face. So
99.
you bring the worst out of me when you come here. Do you know that? But you're going to be commentating on Saturday night. I must admit, to be fair, your predictions are
45.
very, very good. Is there anybody who you really fancy? I mean, Group B still to come, the culmination.
I think I want to see Group B first.
81.
I want to have a look how that concludes and see who comes through there, who can repeat that performance of last night as well.
Well, for me, it's going to be a miracle, because it was a
85.
pretty separated last night, and them top 3 have got breathing space. Paul Hogan, Chaz Barstow and Adam Hunt. It's going to take some stopping for Thibaut Tricolo. Was really disappointing last night. Very, very poor from his high standards. And Stu Wilson just looked a little bit lost after. You know, he looked good so far, and then Adam Hunt just hit him with some big doubles, and he never recovered from the opening game.
$97.
I think the winner could potentially come from that group of players, from the Group B.
Yeah, Chris Murphy, my co-commentator for the week, agrees with you.
97. Robert, you require 84.
One of them 3 players from B. I don't know. There's just something about this man. He just can't seem to qualify on a Saturday night, but usually he cruises through. Well, it hasn't been a cruise this
78.
week. And for Martin
Martin,
Turner,
you require 94.
can it finish on a high? 76 left.
54. Robert, you require 6.
Decision time. Direct or split?
That
No
was a bit
score.
awkward. The way that dart sat in the bed. But Martin Turner
Martin, you
lost
require
4
40.
out of 4 so far today.
Bends the wire.
Game, shot,
But in the
and
end, he
the
gets a
match.
win. It's all
Martin
academic
Turner.
for Martin Turner. He won't take an awful lot of satisfaction out of that victory. You can see by his demeanour there, the frustration. He had this group in the palm of his hands. It just didn't happen today. But he's got other fish to fry, and that's Martin Turner's Group C campaign over for Robert Thornton. We will see him tomorrow night. He will finish in second position. And as we move on to the penultimate game of the day, it's Jerry Hendricks against top of the table, Rob Grundy.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m, only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Robert Thornton joins me up here on the balcony. Robert, many congratulations on making it through to finals night. Now, you've made a little bit of Super Series history here this afternoon. You know exactly where I'm going from the get-go. You are
8 finals.
Yeah, the first ever player to make it through to 8 finals. It's more than any other player in the history of the competition.
Well, at least I made history books for one thing, innit? To be honest with you, I was lucky. I think we kind of knew the results before we were on that last game, but I don't stop you wanting to win. Do you know what I mean? And I was disappointed with my game there, and that's what it is.
Let's talk about the week just a little bit more generally. Obviously, you came off the back of a busy weekend of exhibitions on the exhibition circuit. How would you assess the week as a whole?
It was a lot of miles. Trust me, it was a lot of miles. Turned up Monday, I was a little bit tired. Tuesday, I've kind of started coming to. Wednesday, I felt a little bit lethargic. Yesterday, I didn't feel great, but today I've come in. It's weird. It's like I've got my second win today, and I played better yesterday.
Can you kind of use your experience just to click on days like today, knowing how important it is?
You've got to grind it out. That's it. I mean, you can be a great player and not have a grinder. Do you know what I mean? And you can be a poor player, but you can grind it out. Whereas I think I'm kind of in between. I can be a good player and win easy. And other times I can be a poor player, but I still grind the results out. And it's the same as every other player that plays in this. I mean, this is amazing. This is for that players that want to come through.
What has this done for you personally, the MODUS Super Series? Because since we saw you play in Southampton, we've seen you win 2 World Seniors World Championships. It's kind of given you a real boost, hasn't it?
It gives you the hunger back. Do you know what I mean? I've played in the PDC. I've done the tour circuit. The tour circuit does tire you out. And then you come, you do the seniors, you do the MODUS. There's a nice little gap in between. It gives you that little rest period. So it gives you time enough to rejuvenate yourself. So
back to tomorrow night's final. I think you know exactly what I'm about to ask you now. Back into another Saturday night. How much would you like to eventually lift that trophy, lift that weekly title here in Portsmouth? You'll be seeing somebody that's more fired up than you are seeing now. I want this. I want this. I mean, this is now 8 weeks. 8 times I've been here. And I want to win it bad. Do you feel like this is the last thing for you to tick off the list now?
I wouldn't say it's the last thing to tick off my list, but it's one of them. You know, when you've got a bucket list when you're going to die, this is one of the ones I want to kick off.
Well, we may see that tomorrow night, Robert. Many congratulations.
And again, it could be another few months before you see it, but hey.
You're through, and that's all that matters. Many congratulations, Robert. Thank you for popping up onto the balcony.
No bother.
2 more to go. Jerry against Rob with Glenn and Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much, Henry. Very insightful there from Robert Thornton. 8 times a qualifier on a Saturday night. That's got to be commended, whatever happens. But when you're such a winner like Robert Thornton is, you know, he won't see that as a success. A success for this man approaching the hockey right now, Rob Grundy, come with a bigger reputation from the Northeast. I certainly know what he's all about, but he's just going through that winning mentality right now.
To throw first. Game
The
on.
Super Series is very much high in his priority. Well, yesterday he didn't deliver those promises. He was, by his own standards, pretty poor. But despite the fact of an irritating eye in the last game, he gets his guaranteed top place against Jerry Hendricks, who was just beginning to show his very best, because his previous game, Jerry, he beat Martin Turner 4-0 and by far his best game of the week so far. And he opens this one with a 180. He'd be thinking, can we start with Monday morning again? I think.
37.
One thing he'll do, though, is if he does leave here with good performances, is it'll make him hungry.
140.
Oh, what are we saying right now? How do you hit 180 and then a big 12?
76.
Yeah, a bit like Cameron Menzies last week. He hit a 180 on the Euro Tour, then went 3 treble ones, but that's Cameron Menzies in 6 starts.
123.
What you see with Rob Grundy now is someone, a real winner. Someone, it's a great story, Rob Grundy, 46-year-old, and now he's getting the opportunities. Good sponsorship, good people around
90.
him.
Robbie required
No one's ever doubted his
130.
talent, and he's got a lot of people following him in Hartlepool. They're really proud of what he's doing. Tops for Grundy.
73.
It's a long way for
Jerry
people to come to Portsmouth on Saturday night, but you can cheer him on, send him a message. He would appreciate every single one of them, and he has a big chance on Saturday
Robbie
night. Just 6 players will be in. Can he go 1-0 up in this one? You can see why he moved to the right. Now, surely, Matt, that's impossible.
Through the middle.
5.
It was like putting the goalposts in, and he would have to have
Jerry required 93.
scored the goal through the middle, but Jerry Hendricks, opportunity that he probably would have expected at the start of the leg when he kicked off with a 180, but he's done nothing in between.
Robbie required 35.
I don't expect him to miss here. Double 16 is his favourite part. He's been good with his last start, so still hope.
Game shot on the first leg.
Seems to have the knack of doing that, and he holds his hands up. But it's a good trait to have, Rob. Because I tell you what, it doubly hurts your opponent who's already preparing himself for his winning dart double.
Second leg, it's Rob to throw first.
So don't see it
Game
as a
on.
negative. You've got the darts. Now run away with the game, because Rob Grundy is a brilliant front runner. Rob Grundy, Matt, potential
99.
winner.
Oh, absolutely. And it was someone that we highlighted at the top of the show as well as value to win this group. He was coming in at 5-2
80.
today. He's certainly won this group and confirmed that value. But it's going to be in a tightly contested field. This is going to be a good lineup of 6 this week. We know Barry Van Peer's already there. We talk about Rob Grundy winning a Challenge Tour title. Barry Van Peer's looking likely to win the entire tour.
Yeah, we know half the field already. And I tell you what, it's a nice hors d'oeuvre, isn't it? It's Barry Van Peer, Rob Grundy and Robert Thornton. And when you throw in the mix of potential 3 from the Group B,
139.
arguably one of the best weeks of the series so far.
140. Robbie required 138.
Adela.
98.
It's always nice when you've got a finish or a moment named after you, isn't it? Like the Della, the 138. Unfortunately for you, yours is the Duzzer is celebrating after thinking you won a leg when you haven't.
Or
Robbie
the Edgar.
required 40.
The Edgar double 1. Tops for Grundy.
Game shot on the second leg. Rob Grundy. Third leg, it's Jerry to throw
Great
first.
to see Rob
Game
Grundy.
on.
Player like this, I've admired him for a long, long time, and I'd like to think I played a little part of his success here at the MODUS Super Series. He was a name that I said I wanted to see here. I said, get yourself, showcase yourself, Rob. Start travelling.
140.
Easier said than done financially. Sometimes you've just got to back yourself. Matt Edgar put his life savings of 43 pence into his career.
100.
And you do, when you go out on the road and you're out there all the time, you're learning all the time. You're picking up experience. I mean, what are you now?
85.
40.
In the 50s. And last time you was here, I taught you how to use a washing machine.
I mean, you can joke about that, but I've washed 3 times this week. Even clothes that didn't need washing, I washed. Love it. And I'm loving Jerry Hendricks in this leg. 1-2-1 after 9. Very difficult
55.
to read the week with Jerry Hendricks. Like I said, we've had
121.
legs like he's doing now, ton 40, ton 40, but there's been an awful lot of rubbish in the middle of it. But I tell you
61.
what, the MODUS Super Series gives you the opportunities. He'll look back, he'll self-reflect, and I hope Jerry Hendricks is back here soon.
I think we're probably going to see him a little bit more as well. I did see him knocking around in Belgium when I went to the
60.
Belgium Open a couple of
Jerry requires 60.
weeks ago. He was there with a crowd of friends. Maybe we're going to see him throwing more darts in the WDF Tour. Certainly Holland, Belgium, them sort of areas around for him.
20.
Yeah, no reward there.
Robbie
They were well
required
thrown. In fact, he
161.
thought the second dart was in. He was walking. This would be special. Not to beat.
60. Jerry required 40.
To reduce the deficit. This campaign
Game
up
shot
and
on
running
the
in this
third
game.
leg.
Great
Jerry
darts there
Hendricks.
from Jerry. But Rob Grundy, who's got the ascendancy, he's got the darts. And a bit of a wry smile on his face as well.
Fourth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
You can have a
Game
big
on.
smile on his face if he wins tomorrow night. £5,000. You talk about the travelling and the costs. That would be sort of a nice reward to sort of back that bit of sacrifice that he's now
45.
beginning to make.
Well, it'll be Rob Grundy's, one of his biggest first prize. I'm just thinking the first prize for a challenge too is a couple of grand.
2.5, I think.
So 5 grand. I'm just thinking, has Rob Grundy won anything bigger than that? I can't think of anything
95.
automatically. And like I said, just the fact he's inspiring young players in Cleveland as well, and you know that'll be on his mind too. It's a career maybe he thought was
60.
over, which is a crazy thing to say in your 40s, but look at them. What a story. Like I said, when he first saw them, he thought, they look like my shirt. So I'll buy a pair.
140.
They look like them underpants just hanging out on the washing line.
Are you still looking at my underpants? You are a strange man.
81.
I was wondering why it was looking more like a thong.
$96.
For Jerry Hendricks, that would be a good way to end the week. The big fish would make him happy as a fish. Come on, Jerry.
100. Jerry required 170.
This would be a moment I really want to see.
$53. $98. Jerry required 117.
Down the local, this is known as pint for the chalker, when both players are left on the same score. Might be the same score on the
Game
legs
shot on
column.
the fourth leg.
Jerry Hendricks,
Jerry
a big
Hendricks.
117 finish to level us back up, and there's a breaker throw. This could be the perfect
Fifth leg,
end
it's
to the
Jerry to
tournament
throw
here for
first.
Jerry
Game
Hendricks.
on.
And joking aside, I think you're so right there, Matt, because there was a moment today he just looked so desperately disappointed
41.
with everything. He questioned his throw this morning. He was questioning his behaviours and the fact that he was taking an age as he was going for the finish. But you know, that win over Martin Turner, he's putting on another great performance here.
180.
Against Rob Grundy, who's looking for a big 5 out of 5 today, so he's putting every sinew into this. But this is just so much better from Jerry. Just shy of a 90 average again.
26.
And like I said, he'll want to eradicate them small mistakes, the inconsistencies in his game, but he has got a platform now.
60. $121.
He could have folded, couldn't he? Like a pack of cards. So he looked a very disappointed man a couple of hours ago, but fair play to him. Good stuff, Jerry
100.
We both said the same thing, that it looked like he just wanted to get off the stage and go home at sort of the midway part of the day. But I suppose you've got to go through the fixtures anyway. You might as well fight, dig deep, and try and get everything you can out
Robbie
of it.
required 161.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get a message off him because it's just the release, the smoothness of the release, the inconsistency. The rest of it is looking really solid.
90.
Just give me a ton and a 170 finish, Jerry, and I'll be a happy man. Single 20s now, please, Jerry. Don't be greedy.
140.
Small
Robbie
fish, then.
requires 71.
You just want the big fish from the man who said he was a fish.
Game shot on the
No
fifth
big
leg.
fish, no small
Rob
fish.
Grundy.
Just a cardboard box for Rob Grundy. He leads 3-2. He's a leg away from the perfect day.
Sixth leg, it's Rob to throw first.
I asked my
Game
co-commentator
on.
yesterday, what do you think of when you think of Hartlepool?
Jeff Stelling.
That was his answer too.
60.
I mean, you look at them 3 darts there, Matt. We both
100.
analysed throws and look, just so consistent, so sweet. You know, why so many 5s? Why so many 12s? Is it a mental thing, do you think, with him this week? Do you think
140.
Because if you look at it there, right there, stop there, that's as good. It's nice and relaxed follow through. Effortless, classy,
180.
When you don't play as much, you just lose that little bit of timing. And that's all this feels, just that bit of timing, that bit of fluency.
60.
It's like riding a bike. You don't ride a bike for 10 years, you can still ride a bike, but you're not going to take your hands off the handlebars. Exactly the same thing here. He's still got
44.
that throw, he's still got it.
that is what they're all aiming for. And this man will be there on Saturday night for the chance to be the MODUS Super Series weekly champion.
140.
Put himself in that champion of champions place.
$137.
Sensational darts, Jerry Hendricks.
Robbie required
You're
101.
doing yourself an awful lot of positivity right now. And your mum was right. You're enjoying it now. Treble 14 or bull. It should be treble 14, Rob Grundy, because it's a bigger target than the bull. Should have gone the bull, Rob.
It's one of those things as well that you'll see players go for the
48.
ball because they don't like tops.
Jerry
So
required
although it's a
40.
smaller target, it's to avoid going on the top of the board. Jerry Hendricks has
Game
no
shot on the
problem
sixth
with
play.
tops.
Jerry Hendricks.
What an end to the day this could be for Jerry Hendricks. He won his last game 4-0 against the man who opened top of the
Seventh
table.
final leg. It's Jerry to
Martin
throw
Turner.
first. Game on.
And now he could follow it up with a victory over the man who is going to win this group, and a man who many people will believe
78.
could win the week.
Yeah, he's got himself off the floor, hasn't he? And just showed all the skills that we know he's synonymous with. Jerry Hendricks is a name when I saw the list of
59.
players this week, was keen to see how he is, how he's playing. And like I said, my skill report was almost written with mainly negatives. But I'll tell you what, the finale to his campaign here in Group A and C is on a real high right now, and good for him. Part of me thinks Rob Grundy's happy for him.
83.
Because you build these relationships up. You get to know each other in that players area after spending 4 or 5 days with players. For me, something you touched on there, just a bit of pace into that one. He's just trial and error right now.
I think the big word I can use
140.
before we say goodbye to Jerry Hendricks for the week, encouraging.
60.
Certainly expect to see him playing a few more darts before the end of 2023.
But when you know how to win.
121.
Right decision, Rob.
Jerry require 128.
Treble 18, Hendricks will start. Go back to treble 18. And he went for the ball just to set.
Robbie require 98.
For the match.
So Jerry Hendricks,
58.
who had only won 1 game going into his last one, could end his campaign with 3 wins. 2 back-to-back at the end of the day.
He's got chances. It's 2 darts at tops.
45. Robbie required 40.
Yeah, I think Rob Grundy, part of him wants to see and finish on a high, but you've got to focus on your own game.
30.
And maybe just that little bit of intensity there that was taken away.
Jerry
Was
required
the reason.
20.
And the showman there is Jerry Hendricks has 3 clear darts for the match. He's just trying so hard to remain focused. He's dying to smile.
Game, shot, and the
Encouraging
match, Jerry
end.
Hendricks.
A wonderful finale in the air for Jerry Hendricks. He is a real caterpillar of the game, and he's had some tough times this week, but he finishes on a high, and you can see that massive smile. Who's going to deny him that after a tough week? Rob Grundy knew the job was done. He knew he was guaranteed to finish top place. Been an excellent position. He's letting you know there, and that's what he needs to do. A full extension of the arms. We move to the final game of the day. It will be Scott Winder against Carl Sneed.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're joined up here on the balcony by Rob Grundy. Rob, many congratulations. Through to tomorrow night. Just sum up how you're feeling right now.
Relieved. Had a bit of a scare against Scott. I know it was a thing but I just lost vision and
But to get the win, to get through was unbelievable.
I'm just going to ask you to quickly put that mic
sorry.
up a little bit, if that's okay. Just talk about the eyelid bit. What was the main issue with that?
I just stood up quick, and as I stood up, I looked at the TV that's in the practice room, and then I seen the light, and I just got the blotch, and I just went all disorientated. And then I went out, and I got disorientated. I thought I was in the wrong door, and then when I went back out, I just couldn't see. It's back now, but in that game, I kept on trying to stretch my eye. It was just my peripheral vision. I just couldn't see my hand or anyone on this side. But over the moon to get through. It's what I wanted before the Thursday and Friday, and I've done that, so I'm over the ecstatic.
Was there actually a point where you were worried about whether you could actually play?
A little bit, because I couldn't literally, it was all fuzzy, and when I tried to have a practice dart, I obviously staring, I couldn't see the side of the board. So it was scary, yeah. It's never happened, so, but I'm fine now, so I can even see you when I'm not looking at you, so hopefully it was just one of those things, you know, but I'm over the moon.
Some would say the bad thing is you actually have to look at me now, but through to tomorrow night's fight, let's talk about the good of it. This tournament, since we last saw you, you then went on to win a challenge tour. Things are going very well for Rob Grundy at the minute, aren't they?
It's everything I've done the first time I was here has helped me massively on the challenge tour and the couple of call-ups I've had for the pro tour. It just seems to relax me a little bit more, and when I'm relaxed and playing my game, probably today I can score with the best of them, sometimes mid-doubles, which I've been trying to practice on, but it's the go or the don't for me. I think it's something I have to practice a lot more on, but yeah, it's helped me massively, and I think I was talking to all the guys in there, it's going to help them as well, especially the debutants, because obviously I was that last time, so it's bigger and better things as well, isn't it? So, and it's brilliant to be here.
Well, Rob, it's great to have you here. Many congratulations on making it through to tomorrow night. We'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of your evening. We'll see you tomorrow night. One more game to go for us. It is Scott Winder against Carl Snead. That's a very happy man there in Rob Grundy. And one very happy man down in the comment box is probably Glenn Durran, who's alongside Matthew Edgar.
Yeah, quite emotional, really, because like to see someone like Rob Grundy getting his successes that he's deserved. It's a great story, and I try my best in the comms box and as a pundit just to remain impartial, but I can't be a little bit proud to see what he's achieving then. A very nervous interview because he's not really used to doing that side of the game there, but I thought he come across really well. And like I said, even dealing with the issues that he had with the eye there, he was in the end the best player of the group and
first
potentially
Scott to throw
win
first.
this competition. But we move to the final game, and I've really enjoyed the journey of this man, Scott Winder, and that smile that has never left his face all week, and like I said, that has to be commended.
It's what he wanted, wasn't it, to be here at the Super Series, and he's fit right in. Could win this game and end on the same points as the qualifier.
I think the most disappointed player out the six right now, because of what's happened with Jerry at the end, is Carl Snead, because in the opening game of this Group C campaign, it was this match. And Carl Snead, we were waxing lyrical about how good he'd started. He was leading 3-1 and just couldn't see out the game, never recovered.
100.
In his next game against Robert Thornton, exactly the same. Went into a 3-1 lead. And like I say, it was a tough ask after that. But 51. I think I've seen enough skills from Carl Snead to say, number one, he'd be back. A lot of his work is done on the ADC circuit. I was wondering why Scott Winder hit the big 11 there, but I've just realised
51.
It's for the big fish.
170.
He was fancying that. He wants to put together a bit of a highlight reel, get some screenshots and some grabs, so he's got things to remember it by.
It's not just that though, Matt. It's just the fact that where was that not brashness? I'm trying to think. He looked so tight under the circumstances when we needed him to be more relaxed. And that dart at the 11 there is what the feeling he should have.
Scott, you require 110.
When he's involved in them big games. And I've probably haven't explained enough as he looks at treble 18. He can set it up. But he looks relaxed now.
45.
And it's important. How he's feeling right now is how he was feeling, how he should have felt against Robert Thornton.
$60. Scott, you require
Earlier
65.
with Jerry Hendricks, encouraging finale. Could be the same here for Scott Winder.
Game shot on the first
Encouraging.
leg. Scott Winder.
To maybe try and get himself another campaign here. Maybe go out and play on some of these tours.
Second leg, it's
Mentioned that
Carl
he
to
was
throw
over in
first.
Iceland for
Game
the
on.
WDF. Maybe we're going to see him playing a couple more.
Like I said, his leg difference, if he wins this match, is the only thing that stopped him for qualification.
66.
So you'll look back on 1 or 2 games, which you'll do, and think, I could have / should have qualified.
59.
Your assessment, Matt, of the day of the Group C, the right 2 going through?
That was literally going to be my exact
100.
words. The right 2 came through in the end. And it all just comes down to that little bit of quality, that little bit of class. There's
42.
not much between the players here, but it's just those couple of 120 finishes or an 82 finish, just those little deciding factors that have just separated
60.
the players. And that's all it is through the levels. Just those little moments.
The timing for me, Robert Thornton, never at his best, but that
100.
155 finish, the couple of Shanghais, he did just at the right time there. And the words that he said, tomorrow he'll be fired up. I think it could be an interesting night for Robert Thornton. I don't think either has said he could go on and win this competition Saturday
65.
night. I don't know. He's the never write him off, but all I know is that you're going to get 6 fantastic players because tonight's Group B is looking really,
58.
really interesting as well. Yes, there's a separation there, but you often get a twist, don't you, at the MODUS Super Series?
There's often many twists. That's what is really so intriguing about this tournament. Proper marathon darts.
140.
The interesting thing about Saturday night is sometimes you can beat someone, then go lose to them later on in the night and they go and win.
59. Carl, you require 70.
So, as he likes tops, you would expect him to go treble 10.
Game shot on the second leg. Carl Sneed.
If he likes tops so much, why the 14s?
Third leg, it's Scott to throw
You know
first.
better than
Game
to try
on.
and work out a dart player's mind.
What I'm realised that double 14 is an integral part of the game these days. Probably ever since Mensa Sulovic
85.
and so many players like to leave that. But I've never. Yes, it's at the right height, but you'll miss it, and then you get in the realms of double 7, double 3s. That's what that's the route you're thinking.
34.
Negative forward
58.
projections. Happens quite a lot. You say there about the 14s and the breakdown from that. How many times do people throw it double 10 but throw it quite cautiously because they don't want to come inside and end up on the 5s and you're sort of preempting problems all the time.
44. 42. 60. 100.
This game just feels like it's lacking that bit of adrenaline, that little bit of purpose.
140.
Yeah, there's never a meaningless aim because they both want to finish on a high. They both want to showcase their talents to the MODUS Super Series to come back. You get this
41.
opportunity. No one ever goes on the hockey to lose a game. But you're right. It does feel like after the Lord Mayor's show because we've had 2 phenomenal groups so far, Group A and Group C. The Group A will live in the memory for me because
40.
that incredible scenario where Robert Thornton has the chance of topping the group, can't finish second or third. You know, it's either first or fourth. It was unbelievably tight. And this Group C
79.
was promising to go right down to the wire, but in the end, the class of Robert Thornton and the nous of Rob Grundy got them both there. And already Saturday night has got three fantastic players. Who will join them?
I think I found the word I was looking for. Deflated.
44. Scott, you require
Two defeated
96.
players.
I think with Carl Sneed, I agree. I think this guy just loves to play darts. I don't think he'll, like I said,
38.
it was a stage he was
Carl, you
getting battered.
require 139.
He was losing game after game, but didn't show that. Maybe that's the reason he did come back. He should be looking at the 18s here, or as you can see, enough of that treble 20 to stay there.
46. Scott, you require 58. 18.
Yeah, people moan at me about, you know, why do I get so
Oh, you
nervous? But
require
you need that
93.
adrenaline through your body, otherwise you get games like this where, you know, the pair of them are struggling to motivate themselves. Double 8.
77. Scott, you require 40.
You can tell the players are feeling it. A lot of head shaking going on up there at the moment.
35.
And that was Scott Winder of
Carl, you
Monday
require
to Wednesday.
16.
Maybe deflated he is.
Game shot on the third lay.
Another scenario, Matt, as Carl Sneed takes a 2-1 lead. Carl Sneed will be back on Saturday night because he'll be playing for the ADC Regional Northwest title.
Game on.
Against Stu Wilson. So bragging rights still on offer there. So still an awful lot to play for in this game, but yeah, it's a funny old end in this one.
$140. 100.
Tired darts from Scott Winder.
I think it's tired darts on both now, and it's that deflated sort of
40.
darts, the disappointment that they're playing with at the moment, because both of these would have been hoping for a bit more. Certainly Carl would have been coming down here hoping to be getting through to Saturday
39.
night.
An awful lot of busy weekend of darts, Matt. World Series of Darts finals tonight in Amsterdam. We've got the Women's Series for the PDC tomorrow.
60.
We have got the British Open and British Classic, as we said, and also the final of the MODUS Super Series here at this venue. A busy weekend of
100.
our favourite sport.
I think coming into the back end of the year, we're going to see a lot of weekends like this where there is so much darts.
100.
Whether you want to go play darts or whether you want to watch it. There is so much now to really feast on in the darting world.
44. Carl, you require 161. $136.
What a moment that would have been. You'd have to say from absolutely nowhere. I mean, part is you're thinking you want to play like this when you are relaxed. There's probably not an awful lot of nerves between the pair of them. It's just getting that balance right of what gets the best out of you.
Carl, you
And that would have
require
been lifter
25.
Sneed. And you look at, I don't think he particularly likes the double 8 route, so it's 5 double 10 normally. And that left-hander makes me reminiscent of James Wade.
15.
So good on that double 10.
Scott,
Just
you
not to
require
be.
118.
Gonna get a dart that tops your field. He does for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Scott Winder.
Where did that come from, Matt?
Exactly what I said earlier on. The guy is
Fifth
a
leg,
fighter.
it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
He's a battler. He's a grinder.
Who did he travel to Iceland with? Was it a group of them now doing the circuit, or?
I believe he went with his partner.
97.
He just went out there to experience the event and enjoy Iceland. It is a
41.
very picturesque country.
It's actually on my bucket list, I won't lie.
I think if you
42.
went to the tournament next year, you could go with the defending champion.
$58. $100.
Got a good sort of feel and range when he sort of throws and follows the dart. It just seems to be effortless.
Yeah, the first dart starts at like a
96.
rotation, doesn't it? There's no all about the first dart, and it's like his darts. The rest of it's on a piece of string. He had an incredible amount of
86.
bounce outs Monday to Wednesday. Whether he's corrected something on his throw, whether he's sharpened his point, but I mean, it was getting beyond a joke in the end.
He's brought this one
85.
back because about 4 minutes ago, I'd have said Carl Snade's looking like he's going to run away with this one now. He's once again
58.
showing that fight and that spirit.
And look where he's left. Has he got Carl Snade's number?
91. Scott,
Is
you
it a case
require
of 118.
180.
118. The last leg hit the treble first dart, not to beat. The double 19.
80. Carl, you require 130.
Another one of those. Would have left the double 5. The 20 would have left the bull. The 5 leaves Scott Winder coming back to the board for 38 to take a 3-2 lead.
Yeah, and a decision to be made by Scott. He's probably thinking now, should I go direct? Should I split? Well, the longer Carl is taking, the more it's making Scott think.
110.
A lovely setup play there
Scott,
from
you
Sneed.
require 38.
He'll have made his decision now. Can he execute the double? He's gone for the split. We talked about this double 14.
Game shot on the fifth
Don't
leg.
actually think he
Scott
was going that
Winder.
route there, but he gets there by hook or by crook. He's one leg away.
Sixth leg, it's Carl to throw
And it'll be
first.
frustrating for Scott Winder when he
Game
looks back.
on.
He looks like he's going to finish on 12 points if he can get over the line.
$81. $59. $95. $25.
Yeah, just a little bit scrappy there from Winder. Did all the hard work on the double 14, but scores are 59 and 25.
55.
An awful lot of adrenaline lacking in this match. Maybe just a little bit of magic here from Winder. He's that stereotypical dart player. If the first one goes, the rest
96.
follow. For Carl Sneed. A nice 100, 170 finish will be a nice way.
100.
I called it. You finish it, Carl. Make me look good for once.
$59. Carl, you require 170.
Something special to leave.
$134.
Looks like we're going all the way.
$140. Carl, you require 36.
Double 18 for 3-3. Guess what? Double 14. It was kind to Winder in the last leg. Trials and
22.
tribulations on doubles continue. You can
Scott,
see
you
the
require
frustration there. 2 from 10 on the outer
122.
rink with Carl. Super frustrated. Can still do it. That could have been a happy accident, but leaves
86.
himself on double 18.
Carl, you require 14.
Double 7 for 3-3.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Carl Sneed.
We are going the distance in the final game of this Group C campaign.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw
Scott
first.
with the darts.
Game on. $59. $77.
Ironic. Could be a bounce out that makes the difference, but there's the
80.
obligatory bounce out for Scott Winder. They haven't been as frequent as beginning of the week, but something he'll need to address. Level game going into these.
100.
40 ahead is Sneed. Like I say, Winder just doesn't seem to be finding his scores.
81.
This one is very much in the balance.
$55.
Well, we're at the stage now where we can start to begin to think of Saturday night. Barry Van P has had a couple of days to think about his campaign. He was the Group A winner,
59.
that fascinating Group A. That went right down to virtually the last start. And this Group C has seen a couple of players today really say, I want to be there on Saturday night.
24.
Robert Thornton, very bullish in his interview, talking about that he's going to come out fighting tomorrow. He's got an awful record on the Saturday night that he knows about, and he's got the chance to correct
76.
tomorrow. Whereas Rob Grundy, he looked the real deal at times today, and he will play a major part in it. For these two players, learning on the job. Carl Sneed, a little bit of disappointment. The raise of eyebrows probably tells you how he's feeling, because he has that game in abundance, that scoring power.
146.
But Scott Winder had his opportunities this week, but failed to take them.
46.
And he'll look back thinking of a missed
Carl, you
opportunity.
require 65.
And this is for the match. He went with treble 15 previously, has the opportunity of 25. That leaves 45. And his love of tops means it should be 5 tops. That just creeps in. And his first match dart.
26. Scott, you require 100. $60. Carl, you require 39.
And this for the match.
No score. Scott, you require 40.
Been a bit of a marathon game. But Scott Winder has the opportunity to finish on 12 points alongside Robert Thornton, and will miss out on qualification just by a leg's difference. He's had his problems on the outer ring this week.
20.
And that continues.
Carl, you require 39.
Yeah, double 9. He's all over the place right now. The life of a dart player, Carl. Sometimes the game is easy. Sometimes it's very difficult. You have the opportunity to win this match. The perfect marker, surely.
30. Scott, you require 20. Game, shots, and the match.
Scott Winder gets over the winning line at the end, but just feels like after the Lord Mayor show. But what a Group C campaign it was. But in the end, it's Rob Grundy and Robert Thornton will be there on Saturday night for Carl Sneed and Scott Winder. It was a game they won't remember. The 1-1-8 finish from Scott Winder was the outstanding moment. And he does finish on 12 points to Scott. Only missing out on legs difference, but a fantastic way to end for Rob Grundy. He was the star man today. He joins Robert Thornton, and we will join Henry Deacon next.
Thank you very much, Claire. Matthew Edgar joining me up here on the balcony to assess what we have seen in Group C today. These are the results then from our 15 games. We'll get back to them in just a second. Let's talk about the two Robs, because they're the two men that went through, Thornton and Grundy, and he just has this immaculate record, doesn't he, Robert Thornton, in qualifying for Saturday nights?
Finds a way, doesn't he, which is the story of today. It's not been the prettiest for Robert Thornton, but when he's needed something, he's found it. And that's been the big story here for Robert Thornton. Robert Grundy, I think, has got better as the day went on. It's the first time I've really been able to sort of cast an eye over Robert Grundy. I've seen, obviously, his results, but bringing those numbers and everything to life today, I was really impressed with what I saw, and I think he could be a big danger tomorrow night.
So those are the results. Let's talk about the day then chronologically. Begin with Robert Thornton, because when he had to come up with big moments, there was two of them today, two big finishes he came up with, and the first of which, this 144 against Rob Grundy. There we go, the double 12, bang, at 1-0 down at this point, big moment.
And also the 2 120 finishes as well that he's taken out today. His timing was what we spoke about in commentary. But this one for me is the biggest one. Scott Winder was in a position there where he could have overtaken Robert Thornton in the table. He left himself on 107. It was a good leg from Scott Winder. And the way he was playing in that leg, you'd fancy him to have had a shot at the double. Would he have taken it? We'll never find out, because Robert Thornton stepped in and shown us why he is a multiple major winner.
What did you make of Robert's interview there on the balcony after his last game? Because he said, basically, you will not see a more fired-up player tomorrow night in this arena than him.
When's Robert Thornton not fired up? That's the big question. Robert Thornton's always quite an aggressive character, especially on the hockey. Certainly backstage, very timid. On the hockey, he likes a scrap. And even here, you'll hear him quite often shouting out Robert, which is his war cry, shall we say. But I think maybe he's overplaying it a little bit. That's my concern here. Maybe he's overthinking this. There's got to be a reason he can go off and win all the titles he does, and then when he comes here, he can't get over it. Maybe he's just putting a bit too much pressure on himself.
Possibly. As for the other Robert Grundy, he made his way through in the end, and he had some eye issues, didn't he, midway through the day? And the fact he's managed to get through that, get past that, and to get through says a lot about him.
I was really impressed with him. I thought he showed a lot of quality, and it was moments again. And when we look at his sort of overall game, there was moments that ended up turning matches to be quite dominating score lines. There was the games he didn't boss them all the way through, but every time you need him to do something, the one that stands out for me was he was behind in the leg. He hit a 140, then took out a 116. That show of high quality is why I think he could be a danger tomorrow night. If not, win this. We know he can. He's won a Challenge Tour title. You don't get given those. You don't get them on the back of a cereal box. They are hard to win, and they're against people like he's going to be playing tomorrow night.
Don't know what you got on the back of your cereal box. Have you got Challenge Tour titles on them? Right, let's have a look at the table then, because Scott Winder, well, we can have a look at his position now on 12 points. It was ultimately the two defeats to the two Robs that kind of did for him in the end.
I mentioned on commentary, and I've mentioned it a lot today, when I realised who Scott Winder was. I met him actually over in Iceland, and we had a chat there, and he wanted to come down and play at the Super Series. It's one thing to come here and play, but the other thing to do is come here, play, and look like you belong. And when you look at that league table now, and you look at him in joint second place, we can say third, but it's joint second place, he's missed out on leg difference. That's encouraging enough that now he knows he belongs in this company. He knows he can compete. And that's going to be big going forward now. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him back here again. I'm sure now he's had a taste of it, it would have been everything he wished it would be. Now he's going to want another taste. He's going to be back on the ADC, I'm sure, trying to earn another spot here at the Super Series.
Most certainly. Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket now, because we know half of our finalists for tomorrow evening's finale. Barry Van Peer qualified on Wednesday as the winner of Group A. And he's going to be joined then by Robert Grundy and Robert Thornton. Group B is our centre of attention tonight. This is the table for it, because overnight, 3 players on 6 points. Chaz Barstow, Adam Hunt and Paul Hogan. Thibaut Tricol, perhaps the biggest surprise there, to only be on 2 points.
I think Thibaut Tricol's the sort of player as well that could come in tonight, go through the card and really shake this up. But even that might not be enough for Thibaut Tricol. There's going to need to be results go right early on, or we could know our 3 qualifiers extremely early tonight. I don't think it's going to go that way. I wouldn't be surprised to see Stu Wilson even upset a few people tonight.
It's going to be quite some night. I'll see you in a few hours.
Looking forward to it.
Should be good fun, that. I'll see you a bit later on. Hope to see you a little bit later on as well. 10 o'clock, we resume the action on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But as far as Group C is concerned at the MODUS Super Series, well, it was a bit of daylight robbery. See you at 10.